Hey, hey, hey. What's good? What is good? What's gravy? We got a lot to get into today, man. Karmelo. 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 Yikes. Yikes. This situation is insane. It's just bringing out a lot of insanity from people, man. It's not really an insane situation. It was a cut and dry case. This was like the most cut and dry murder case ever. Like seriously, this is the most cut and dry murder case ever. So it ended the only way it could. The only way that it could. But I thought he was going to get a dub. I thought this kid was going to get a dub. I thought this kid was going to get a dub ski, man. I thought he was going to get a dub ski. I ain't even going to lie, man. I thought he was going to get a dub ski. Because I thought they was going to go easy on him.
Now you're headed somewhere you'll really need.
I thought they was going to go easy on him. I thought they was going to go easy on him. They smoked his boots. I thought the judge was going to go easy on him. I said, oh, man, there's no way this judge going to give him no real time. I thought the ceiling was a dub. I was off by 15. Yeah, I thought his ceiling was a dub. I said, ain't no way this judge going to get his boy, this little black kid more than, ain't no way this judge going to get this little black kid more than a dub. He smoked that little boy boots, man. God. He smoked his boots. He gave that man, he said, told you y'all Texans, y'all Texans play. Y'all Texans play. Stop playing. Stop acting like Texans don't play. Stop. Y'all play. Y'all just didn't play this time. Oh, the jury. Hold on, the jury sentenced him. You said the jury sentenced him? I thought the judge sentenced him. He got his boots smoked. Hamada Bosha. They doused his boots in gasoline. They doused his boots in gasoline and just set them shits on fire. Jurors considered sudden passion. They considered sudden passion. They was like, nah. Sudden passion would have allowed him to get from 2 to 20 years. They was like, nah, this ain't sudden passion. This is a nigga trying to be a thug and shit. Trying to be a thug. He was trying to be hard and shit. And now he ran up against somebody that was hard as him. The judicial system. The The judicial system is as hard as him. Jeez. They gave that boy. They gave that. I ain't even gonna lie, man. I am shocked. I'm stunned, man. Everybody hit the like button, man, on the way in, man. I'm stunned. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm a little stunned. That's why I kind of like. I see him a little subdued right now. I'm stunned. I ain't think there was no way that boy was gonna get it over 20 years. I didn't think it was any way. I didn't think it was any way they was gonna get that boy more than 20 years. Okay? I didn't think it was any way they would get that boy more than 20 years. Yeah, I broke my streak last night, man. We did 5 days in a row. I hit the wall last night. Last night, man, I was falling asleep before I even thought about doing the show, man. I couldn't even come on last night. I hit the wall last night. I was out. But yeah, they smoked this boy boots, man. Roger Wood said, here's the 35 years of being passed around. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. The pen for a carton of Newports and some ramen noodle spice package. Jeez. Y'all motherfuckers going hard, man. Y'all terrible. Listen, man. Do I feel sorry for this kid a little bit? I'm going to tell you how I feel sorry for him. And then I'm going to tell you why this is good for the Black community. And then we're going to get into some responses from people online. That the responses are rolling in, man. But I feel sorry for this little boy, man. I mean, he obviously, you know, had a nice life, a good family, like me. Had a good family. You know what I'm saying? I got a good family. I wasn't raised to do some of the things I did either. I wasn't raised to do a lot of the things that I did. You know, I didn't have to do them. I wanted to do them. Just like he didn't have to kill this boy. He wanted to kill this boy. He wanted to be hard. He wanted to be, you know what I mean? He wanted to be somebody that was tough and, you know, fuck with me and all this stuff. And he overdid it. And he it's just a big, like when you're young and you make mistakes that stick with you for the rest of your life, I have sympathy for that. I do. I have sympathy. I know a bunch of little boys who went to prison at this same age for not even bodies. I know some went for bodies, but I know a lot that didn't even go for bodies. Went for robberies. I know dudes that got just as much time as he got. Is he gonna end up doing? Because I don't know when he's eligible for parole. Is he eligible for parole after 35 years? Let me ask this. When is Carmelo Anthony eligible for parole? Because I know a lot of little. I know a lot of little boys that went to jail. Some went in my era, some went in the era after me, some went in the era after that. But for a long time, I know a lot of little boys got their boots smoked very young. I know more than I'd like to, more than I feel. You know, I shouldn't know that many of them, but I do. Okay, he's eligible for parole in late 2043. So he's eligible for parole in 17 years. Okay. He eligible for parole in 17 years. And if it's some woke people on that shit, he can get out in 17 years. They probably gonna deny him the first couple times. He might end up doing the dub, like I said. He might end up doing the dub, like I said, because he's eligible for parole in 17 years. But he don't want to go to jail for a day because they didn't take a plea. You can tell he didn't want to go to jail for a day because with the evidence on this case, the evidence was a street nigga would have took a plea. Press one. A street nigga would have took a plea on this with all this evidence. A street nigga would have been like, "Yo, tell him, ask him, what they offering me." Karmelo didn't take a plea because he didn't want to do a day in jail. He didn't want to do a day in jail. He bet on not doing one day. The evidence too insurmountable. He did that shit in front of like 15, 20 people. He gave a statement to the cop, the first responding officer. Karmelo gave a statement on body cam saying he did it. All the evidence supporting him was just nigga babble online, which doesn't get entered into the court. All the nigga babble online about Austin pushed him and Austin and his brother tried to jump him, and all the nigga about the same shit I said for Tory Lanez. Niggas got mad at me because niggas love Tory Lanez for some reason. But I said Tory Lanez, I said, why didn't you get on the stand and tell him that other girl shot her? If that other girl shot Meg, why didn't you get your ass on the stand and say that? Karmelo didn't get on the stand. You know why Karmelo didn't get on the stand? Because his lawyer knew they would have smoked his boot. If Karmelo would have got on the stand, it would have been worse. He might have got 70 years. His lawyer knew that they knew not to let him get on the stand. If you innocent, don't get me wrong, I understand not taking the stand in your own trial. A lot of criminal defendants don't do that. Because especially if you're guilty, right? Especially if you're guilty, if you did that shit, you don't want to take the stand. Only time you want to take the stand is if you're innocent. Hit the like button, man. We're trying to get 20 people to take the challenge tonight. 20 people to take the sponsorship challenge tonight. We need 20 people to take the sponsorship challenge tonight. We got one so far. Salute to him. Salute to him, Roger Wood, man. Shout out to him. I'm trying to get 20 people to take the sponsorship challenge tonight. TSM in the building. Listen, I'm a little stunned, man. You're gonna have to forgive me, man. I can't believe they gave this boy 35 years. I thought he was gonna get a dub and be home in like 10 or 15 years off some like, what I mean, like some woke bullshit, right? They gave him 35. He not eligible for parole for 17 years. They're going to deny him the first couple years. So he's going to have to do a dub at least. And then if he get in there and he get into some bullshit, he get into some politics, some gang politics, or he get in there and he start getting charges or record or something.
In Karmelo Anthony,
you know what I mean? He yeah, man. This sucks, man. Jesus Christ. To pour honey on his back. It's crazy. That's crazy. He can pour honey on his back. Yo, that's diabolical, man. Yo, but let me tell you why this is good for the black community, man. Let me tell you why this is good for the black community. This is a good thing for the black community because niggas like killing, right? They like being tough guys and shit, right? So the pour the honey on his back is just ridiculous. Yeah.
Get out of here.
He was just walking down, he was just walking around, he was just walking through the track meeting. The white dude just got up for no reason and told him to get out of here.
Get out of here.
Yo, I'm not. Shout out to my man, Corny Yor. Corny Yor. What's the new name, man? Salute to you, man. He's first time. Yeah. This shit funny as shit. I ain't even gonna lie, man. They so stupid. This is good for the black community because think about it, right? Niggas like killing. Niggas look for any excuse to kill. If Karmelo Anthony got off, even though this is just in this specific jurisdiction, and laws and ordinances and sentencing and guidelines are different in every jurisdiction. This is a national case. So niggas would look at this like, oh, yeah, if a nigga touch me, I can kill him. This would encourage more violence in the black community. Niggas would be like, oh, now, all right, if somebody lay a finger on me, niggas would be baiting people to touch him. Niggas would be like praying for people to just touch them so they could then plunge a knife in their heart or blow their head out off. Press 1. This would send the wrong message to niggas. Niggas are like children, man. I'm not even gonna lie, man. Niggas are like children. This would send a terrible message to the children of Black America. A lot of who are children, like, let's be honest, like a lot of people committing a lot of the crime in the black community are children. But then the grown ones, the niggas that ain't grown up, the niggas that you see online that you could tell they ain't never grown up, those niggas would be like, all right, all I gotta do is get this nigga to touch me and I get to kill him. It would take a lot of situations that would normally be fights in Blackistan, and people be like, oh, I can just kill this guy because he touched me. And that's a terrible message to send to black people. Black people don't need messages like that. Black people do not need messages like that. We can't handle it. We can't handle messages like that. We're not. Listen, man. We can't handle that shit, man. We like little kids and shit, man. Bobby got away with it. Why can't I? You didn't say nothing when Timmy did it. Like we like little kids and shit. So if Karmelo would have got off with this shit, man, niggas would be killing each other over everything now. Nigga get bumped in the club, but nigga just shoot the nigga, be like, he bumped me. I felt in fear for my life when he bumped me. I was in fear for my life when he bumped me. Shout out to T.R. McCoy, man. He said, shout out to you, Ak. Everybody talking about this Karmelo case, but I need to hear Black Colombo perspective of Karmelo case. Yeah, man. Salute to you, man. T.R. McCoy in the bill. I'm gonna drop the link, man, in a little bit, man. I just want to get the reactions of the masses first before I get y'all reactions. Salute to you, man. This is that's the reason why I didn't want him to get off. Of that and the fact that he stabbed a kid in the heart for no reason. But other than the fact that he stabbed a kid in the heart for no reason, the second reason why I wanted him to not get off is because it would send the wrong message to niggas. More niggas would be in jail because niggas would be like, he touched me, so I killed him. I get to do that, right? And nigga wouldn't be thinking about what's the laws in his specific county, what's the laws in his state. Every state got different laws on stand your ground and castle doctrine and self-defense. A nigga wouldn't think about all that. All nigga would do, nigga in any city would be like, he touched me, so I killed him, right? Right? I get to kill him, right? And it's like, nah, you don't get to kill him. And this lets niggas know firmly, like, nah, nigga, just because he touched you don't mean you get to kill him. And niggas, and that's a good message for niggas. That's a hell of a good message for niggas. Shout out to my Christie, a.k.a. Michael Babe Ruth Jordan, the GOAT, in the building once again. Shout out to Christie. We'd love to see somebody match Christie tonight, man. Somebody match Christie tonight. That's the type of love. That's the type of love this channel appreciates, man. We appreciate that so much, man. I ain't gonna. I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. We appreciate that so much, Christie. Christie always comes through for the channel. Shout out to Christie, man. Shout out to Christie Webster.
Michael.
And he cried. Somber. That family nurse not good. That boy's not good. You been in there. I done talked to you before. You been in there. That boy smiled. That boy broke down and cried. They done fucked up the rest of this boy's life.
And this whole racial divide. You see what I mean? I'm trying to get to the point
in this particular case, and it's hard for everybody. Let me try to look at this in a very sterile way as an attorney. Let me try to look at this as a scientist, as a scholar. But unfortunately, we keep getting back to race. And here's the thing, man, and I know you know this. The same people that cheer you are the same people gonna be wishing for your death. These same people, oh yeah, we support Carmelo Anthony, until somebody like him do something to them, and then you want to know, well, why he not in jail? Why y'all don't get the neighborhood cleaned up? And I'm not saying Carmelo's a bad kid. From what I understand, he doesn't even have a record. But constantly just falling on the side of, oh, he's black or he's Asian or whatever. So because he looks like me or he's my race or she's my race, I'm just gonna side with her. Let's try to focus on something more tangible. You see what I mean? And in this particular situation, the only thing that I know that is not true is that if somebody uses a disproportionate response to your force, then a society where people get killed for pushing people, or somebody accidentally step on your foot and you go to the extremes with it, it's not acceptable, man. We can't live like that, man. That's
Boy. So we got to follow up on our coverage of the Carmelo Anthony murder trial. As you guys should be aware, unless you've been living under a rock, Carmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murdering Austin Metcalf at the track meet. It turns out all of the things that the pro-blacks claimed happened that day did not happen. They were completely and totally wrong. And they're currently coping with the reality that they have to do mental gymnastics in order to explain to the audience why they did not get the outcome that they expected, right? If you paid attention to the facts, if you read, right, if you actually, watch the news, right, listen to the news or understand anything about what's going on, you should have expected this result. This was not, a surprise, to be honest with you. But, again, some people are having a hard time dealing with their reality, and we're going to talk about that. But first, we got to talk about a bombshell update as Carmelo has been sentenced. Apparently, the same jury that found him guilty, is now giving him 35 years in prison for stabbing Austin Metcalf to death. Okay, they rejected the sudden passion claim, so he's getting 35. And you have multiple reporters who are now saying that, again, he's going to get 35 years. DJ Miles, again, this is a reporter with CBS News. He says, in response to when is he eligible for parole, he will have to serve half. It is very rare for convicted murderers to get parole the first time they are up for it. Yeah, so, realistically, he'll probably be in there for at least 20, right? I'm personally very disappointed. Okay, I thought that he should have got life. But realistically, when he gets out, he's going to miss all of his productive adult life, right? And he's not going to have a great time in prison, to be honest with you. Not going to have a great time at all. In fact, if he ends up having to slang bussy to get by, right, in prison, I would argue that that's probably worse than death, right? To be honest with you. Okay. I feel like I've said this before on my channel. For me personally, that would probably be my worst nightmare, right? I mean, like if I could say, hey, what is something that you're afraid of happening to you the most? What possibly could happen to Carmelo in prison? Again, consider how we were told that Carmelo is so scrawny. He's only 5'8", 130, which is why it was justified for him to stab that big white boy in the chest, right? If he's as small as they claim, right, that they told us, again, he better start bulking up, right? He's going to need all the bulk, all the muscle he can get, right? He's going to need all of it, okay, for prison. Because it is likely that he's going to have a long, hard time, right? He's going to have a hard time, and he's going to have a long time in prison, if you catch my drift. So I'm just saying that is a nightmare scenario, right? In my opinion, personally, for me, what Carmelo is likely to face. But hey, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Meanwhile, you have black liberals. They are in full-blown cope mode, right? And they're coming up with some of the silliest arguments that I've ever heard as to why Carmelo was found guilty. Because now here comes the cope, right? Individuals like the Amazing Bottom and Little Willie D told their audiences that Carmelo was jumped, that this is, self-defense. Like, this is what they said throughout all of this. Now, all of a sudden, they're having a hard time accepting reality. Like, for example, Willie D brought on a pro-black lawyer attorney on his show to talk about the Carmelo Anthony trial, the verdict, right? The guilty verdict. And let's just say this did not go the way that little Willie D thought that this was going to go. Take a look.
Flashback.
There was video played of the incident inside of the courtroom that showed Austin to be the aggressor, Austin confronting Karmelo, Austin pushing Karmelo, Austin then getting stuck by Karmelo. But it also showed Austin's brother, Hunter, being at the center of the fight. He also put hands on Karmelo, and so did some of their other friends. Witnesses said that at least 5, in fact, not just witnesses, but it's also on video, at least 5 of them jumped Karmelo. The witness never mentioned jumping Karmelo. Other witnesses for Austin never mentioned jumping Karmelo. They jumped him. What do you expect to happen if a person has a weapon on them and they will not hesitate to use that weapon? What do you think is going to happen?
Several days later.
Because it reads like a math problem. 1 + 1 = 2. 2 + 2 = 4. Okay, guilty of murder. It's not that hard to figure out. The only people surprised about this are the people who've been listening to a lot of this hype. But if you actually read the law, if you actually read what the law says and what the law requires, what is murder, what is stand your ground in the state of Texas, what is homicide, what's capital murder, and what would be considered manslaughter, it reads right there. And the thing is, man, it's gonna keep happening. Okay, let me say it like this: it's gonna keep happening. You got a lot of people who are out of control, brother. You see what I mean? You can't stab. I'm gonna keep going back to the fact that you can't stab somebody because they push you. Just like you can't shoot somebody because they bump into you. You see what I mean? If you in a fist fight, put your hands up and fight. You understand what I'm saying? You can't do that in a civilized society. What happens if every time somebody push you, somebody got to die? Is that what we going in society?
Okay, I got to jump in right here, Dennis, because
go ahead, brother.
This is the second time that you said this. You call this a civilized society. America is not a civilized society. We are living amongst the uncivilized.
We got some of them too, man. But we
civilized mutts running around here. We got some uncivilized mutts in the country.
Yeah, man. But we still can't just be shooting, killing, and stabbing folk just because they push us. You got to at least let them do something. You know what I'm saying? Look, man. If those boys had surrounded him and they was packing him out, they was mollywopping, they was jumping on him and stomping him out, I would understand if he pulled out a blade and took it and used it. I would get that. But this is not that situation. We in broad daylight. We surrounded by people. This is not a alley in Brooklyn at 2:30 in the morning. This is not Compton, California, South Central LA in the 90s, and you getting or you over in Watts and you got caught up in the Nickerson Garden or the PJs because you over there trying to see a girl you ain't supposed to be overseeing. We're not talking about those situations. We're talking about broad daylight, suburban Texas, 2 kids at a track meet, and one of them pushed the other one. And keep in mind, Karmelo was talking shit. See, that's another thing. He wasn't just sitting there quiet. You know, he said, y'all football team is ass.
Yeah,
okay,
when
I get it. We're supposed to be able to say what we want to say. I get that.
They started talking shit to him first.
Whatever they was talking shit together. That's what
Right.
I'm trying to say. And I'm not just talking to you as a lawyer. I'm talking to you as a father. I empathize with Carmelo Anthony. His mama and his daddy are not going to be able to see their grandchildren because that boy's in prison. This boy he probably ain't never even been with a woman at 17 years old. He going to be in there with them savages and them soldiers. You understand? I bet they going to push him off a bench. I bet he ain't going to jump up and stab one of them. But on the flip side, I can empathize with this other boy, Austin Metcalf. his brother had to watch him bleed out in front of him.
Oh, his brother started this shit,
Hey,
man.
real talk, bro. Hold on, man.
Wow, hilarious, absolutely hilarious, right? Again, Willie D was one of these individuals pushing this nonsense that Karmelo was jumped and that somehow, some way, this was self-defense and it was justified, and pushing all these lies. And it's just hilarious to me because if you knew this guy, this defense attorney who told Willie D that this is obviously murder, right? Like, it's like very, very, very like cut and dry murder, right? If you had this guy telling you this, why did you go to your audience and tell him that this was self-defense, right? Again, it's very, very, very interesting watching these individuals do mental gymnastics in order to explain why is it that they were wrong, right, to their audiences, right? It's not working out well for them, okay? And that brings me to the amazing bottom, who is going to attempt to explain to his audience why he was wrong as well, too, because he bought into the pedophile story that was told on the internet about Karmelo being jumped, because that's where the story came from, right? And all these individuals brought into it, and now, you know, they are, again, shocked, right? Pikachu face that they're wrong, right? And the cope here is hilarious. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this.
Flashback.
And apparently his brother come over to Karmelo. Words are exchanged, and he says they tried to swing at him. Karmelo goes to his bag, and then they pursue. They continue on.
Dude went in his bag, and what they went to try to jump this dude and punch on this dude, man. And he protected himself, dude. That's what happened. Yeah. It wasn't just one. It was both of them, bro. Austin, the dude that got unalive, and his brother physically went over there to intentionally. It's not to the point that he brought a knife.
But the cherry on top is, do you want to know what happens when someone doesn't have an argument, when someone doesn't have a rebuttal? What do? They just laugh. And I want you to see this clip by this Sambo soldier who thinks I don't know what he was doing in this clip, but he.
So yeah, guys. Sorry, I had to take care of something, man. Shout out to Christy Webster. As I was saying, shout out to Christy Webster. Had to handle something, man. You know how it is. You know what it is. Salute to my man Snake Plissken, man. Sending me some Bitcoin, man. That Bitcoin, man. Shout out. I'm learning about it, man. Shout out to Snake Plissken, man, for the Bitcoin. Yeah, man, we trying to get 20 people to sponsor the show today. We're gonna have a great show. Let me I remember this dude. This dude came into YouTube around the time I did. This dude right here, like when I came in 2017, he came in around that time, right? He came in around that time. This guy was a straight up conservative nut. He was anybody you think is conservative now, he was more based than them. He was the basest conservative online. Blacks. He was the basest black conservative online. The Hodge twins. What was that dude? The Doctor of Good Common Sense. Who remember the Doctor of Common Sense? The Doctor of Common Sense he was another black conservative out that time. This guy was just as base as the Doctor of Common Sense. I mean, he was hardcore. This dude was hardcore. He flipped on a dime. He didn't slowly change. He flipped on a dime. Like he had one, like he was based, and then one video, because I used to be subscribed to his channel because he was based. And you know I'm based, so I like baseness. You know what I'm saying? I like based people. You know what I'm saying? I don't like fake, BLM conservatives and shit. I like base shit. He was David Carroll, another one. Shout out to him. He said Botham Jean changed him. Nah, he changed. I think it was a grift. I think a girl changed him. I think he met a girl that was like, yeah, if we're gonna be together, you gotta stop that conservative shit. And he was in love with some shit, because that's the only thing that could explain that, a woman. For a man to change like that, it's gotta be a woman. RIP DVK, man. RIP DVK. Yeah. But yeah, I don't even want to hear him, man, because he's I remember when he would every day he would come on and be so based. So based. I'm talking about so based. Let's go to X and see some of these responses, man. God, dog. Jesus Christ, man. Damn, they smoked that boy. Listen, Jasmine Crockett.
Beating me like me. If a 300-pound man is beating me like on top of me and beating me down, I'm not limited to fist. You know, I would argue that even the only time we go into things like people's hands being considered deadly weapons is typically like if they're a professional boxer or that kind of stuff. But I think by the time you start getting to like football player, good argument. Good freaking argument. We're not talking about like the golfers. We're talking about football players, right? Like this is what they are trained to do, is to inflict like serious physical contact. And it's my understanding that the decedent was that if a 300-pound
He's so stupid, man. Golly, man, she's dumb. How would she say some stupid shit like that with all the she's March is national. Stop blaming white people. No, it wasn't. No, the fuck it wasn't. March was not stop blaming white people month. March just passed and niggas blaming the shit out of white people. It's never stop blaming white people month. It's never stop blaming white people month, okay? That doesn't exist. Stop blaming white people month. I think what we're seeing here with this is just black folk are just showing the world once again that we're unfit for leadership. We're unfit for responsibility, right? Like we're shirking responsibility by doing this. We're saying we don't want to be responsible. This responsibility thing, we're cool. We're good on that. As a collective. As a collective. This one right here, this is the one I just got, man. This is the type of headache I just had right here. God damn. Holy shit. Yeah, it's, but yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm shocked that they smoked this boy's boots, man. I'm shocked they smoked this boy's boots. I am shocked. Yeah, RIP Uncle Jimmy, man. Uncle Jimmy, he was a guy who was on the Whitlock show, with Jason Whitlock's friend, man. He got shot in the back of his head with a stray bullet from a YN the other day. Man. Sad story. We might do Kansas City later on. We'll do Kansas City later on. See if I can find Jimmy's death, man. It's terrible, man. Really pisses me off, man. Makes me sad, man. RIP Jimmy. He made me laugh a lot, man. Let's see. So this is a black man threatening white people are not safe. Well, white people already know that. This is crazy.
Collin County, Dallas, Texas, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Irvin, Dalworth, Plano, Denton, Keller. It ain't safe for none of you white folks to come out this weekend. I'm giving y'all a fair warning right now. And guess what? It's going to be a bunch of niggas outside that look like me. And we ain't out there with no pocket knives. We out there with these. I guarantee y'all going to pay for what that judge just did to Karmelo. If you don't believe me, bring y'all bold ass out this weekend and put on your Austin Metcalf shirts and see what happened to you.
What that judge did to Karmelo. The judge did. The judge did something to him. He didn't do shit. The judge did it to him. Think about that, man. The judge did this to Karmelo. See how they talk? It was the judge's fault, man. Karmelo was sitting at home and the judge just gave him 35 years.
I'm from Africa. I'm blacker than all of you. By far, actually. So you're African. From the motherland. Born in Africa. Hold on.
They said what part? I can't believe you had to ask what part. Of course he's from somewhere over there. You know he's from somewhere over that motherfucker.
All right, I'm going to tell y'all something real quick. Black people are not exclusively from America. They're from all over the world. All over the world. They're from Africa, Australia, Great Britain, not just from America. Oh, that's a death threat. That's a death threat, right? Get on video. That's a death threat.
What'd he say?
He said, I'm going to do this to you. What does that mean? Huh? I'm from Africa. I'm black.
Yeah, man. DJ Academics reaction, man. Listen, I'm glad though. Now niggas know if this would have went the other way, a lot of more black men would have got murdered. A lot of black men always get murdered, but a lot of more black men would have got murdered, and some whites, and some Asians, and some Hispanics, but the vast majority black. You would have been on the bus, you brush against a nigga while you trying to get to a seat, a crowded bus, too. Man, he just brushed against me, man. Bam, I killed him, man. What you mean? He brushed against me. I felt fear for my life. Niggas would be calling, everything would be self-defense. Niggas would be doing drive-bys and trying to claim self-defense doing a drive-by. Shout out to my man, Malik Kweli. Sup, Op? Waiting for sons to take to the streets now. Free Karmelo. Yeah, man. Let's listen to DJ Academics, man. These sons ain't taking the streets. It's only 100 people down there. It ain't a big crowd down there. It was only 100 people down there at the courthouse. There's nobody on. Ain't nobody riding for Karmelo. That nigga guilty as sin.
Now, this is another thing that people are not understanding too, and this relates a little bit to the Chud the Builder case. People keep thinking that stand your ground means crash out, which it doesn't. You know, first of all, this situation wasn't a stand your ground situation. And even with the Chud the Builder.
Oh, they're going to call him all type of tethers, and you ain't really black. You from Jamaica.
I think that's still not a stand your ground situation, technically.
No, Chud the Builder's going to get his boots smoked too. Chud the Builder. Now, here's the thing. If Chud the Builder doesn't get his boots smoked, niggas might riot. Press 1. That would be a riot if Chud the Builder doesn't get his boots smoked. If the judge don't set Chud the Builder's boots on fire, you might see riots there. You might see, skirmishes in some area. Because niggas don't look at nigga can't understand that every case is different. In Nashville, Tennessee is a different jurisdiction in Collin County, Texas. They got different laws, different statutes. And don't even try to explain that to a nigga. That's like trying to explain calculus to a lizard. So, but they still gonna look at it like, Chud the Builder should get his boot smoked because Karmelo Anthony got his boot smoked. And for those of you that don't know what boot smoke mean, it means the judge lit your ass up. Okay? Judge flamed your shit. Judge threw the book at your ass. Judge threw the goddamn fucking Encyclopedia Britannica at your ass, the whole volume. Bam! Socked you upside your head with that shit. Okay? That's what getting your boot smokes mean. Shout out to Christy Webster, a.k.a. Michael Babe Ruth Jordan, the GOAT. 2 times. Coming through 2 times. Salute to Christy Webster. Let's see somebody match Christy Webster's love, man, for the channel. I know there's some other people that love the channel like Christy Webster that wanna match her love, man. This is love, man. This is big time love, man. I appreciate it, man. I really do. We got a great show for you guys, man. We're gonna kick this into overdrive, man. Shout out to Christy. And listen, I did a lot of shows with my son last week when my wife was out of town. My son was on the show a lot. And that did kind of soften me up. Press 1. I know y'all seen that when I was saying like I didn't want to see him. I would have gave Karmelo 20. I ain't gonna lie. You can do that. You can get tricked into that. Like, oh man, what if my son do some stupid shit one day? I don't want him to get his boots smoked. Yeah, I did kind of go soft, man. I did. And not saying that I'm not saying that I think he's gonna do something like that. No, but I'm saying I was just looking at him and I was like, yo, this is people, that's Carmelo's their version of my son. He just older. And I was like, wow, I feel bad for the family, what they're going through, but he was and I can understand what some Black people are going through. Being fed lies about the twins beat them up and the twins attacked them and all that stuff, and the county there and is racist, which is why Karmelo moved. His parents moved there. Karmelo and his parents moved to a racist town to get away from Baton Rouge, an all-Black town. And all these lies that these Black people have felt, and Black people don't read. Black people, listen, AI, you can just press the microphone on your phone and say, AI, did Karmelo did the Metcalf twins beat up Karmelo? You don't have to type, you don't have to read, and the phone will read it to you. You don't have to read. Press 1. You don't have to read. You don't have to type, you don't have to read. You press the microphone on your phone phone, did the Metcalf twins assault Carmelo Anthony? And the phone will say, several reports and several witnesses close to the scene, including witnesses that gave police reports, said that there was no assault on Carmelo Anthony. Like, a nigga won't do that. A nigga listen to some activists or some YouTuber, pro-black YouTuber, or some fucking troublemaking Jew online and just go with that. A lot of these blacks still think Kyle Rittenhouse shot 3 black people. Press 1. If you know, you know. I don't know if you white people know that, but I know all these black people in the conversation. And hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. If you're new, subscribe if you're new. But if you're not from the black community, 98.9% of black people, including people that I'm very close to, including just about everybody that I know, believe that to this day that Kyle Rittenhouse shot 3 black people. After the trial, I know you're like, but they had a trial and it was on TV and all the information is readily available. The shooting is, the entire shooting is on camera and it's online. That don't matter when you talk about niggas, man. When you talk about niggas, that type of shit don't matter, man. And I know that about niggas. So I am sympathetic to niggas, man. I know that about niggas. I'm sympathetic to niggas, man. They don't seek knowledge, man. They don't want to know. They don't want to know the truth. They don't want to know the truth. Okay? Let's get back to DJ Academics, man.
It could be seen as one, but they're not, right? In stand your ground cases, you have no duty to retreat, but in self-defense cases, you do have some duty to not escalate. That's the thing, right? And I hope you understand both points. So in stand your ground, if someone comes to you with an issue, you don't have to run away, right? You can stay there and protect yourself. And even if protecting yourself means even chasing, which that involved what happened with Zimmerman, right? That's even protected. It's pretty much the don't start none, won't be none law, right? But that's not self-defense. Self-defense usually is not escalating, which means not because someone punched you means you immediately shoot them. That's an unnecessary escalation that is not proportional, and then it's not self-defense. It's not covered. If someone pushes you, tells you to get out of a tent or punches you, whatever happened, unless there's some other factors, you can't just pull out a knife and stab them. And again, I don't want, I'm not that familiar with every detail of this case. So I don't want to just like cast aspersions on how this kid handled the situation. Clearly wasn't good, but I don't want to use or try to refer to facts that I'm not too sure of at this moment. But yeah,
enough threatening violence.
See, even he doesn't know all the facts of the case. You know what I mean? The Breakfast Club.
How is Karmelo's mom doing? I know she was the only one. At this time, she is the only person that has testified in the sentencing part of the trial.
Kayla is distraught. I can't speak for her, but just to know Kayla is a mother. She does everything for those children. This is what we have to deal with. And now, just while I've been on the interview with you, we find out that Karmelo has been sentenced to 35 years.
Yeah, I mean, he got his shit. Listen, that's a hefty sentence. I think crime will go down in Collin County because of that, or at least the crime rate will stay the same. If either crime will go down or it'll stay the same in Collin County. Okay? It ain't going up. Crime in Collin County ain't going up. It ain't going up. This one said, imagine getting a nose job instead of a lawyer with your GoFundMe, buddy. Jeez. And that's another thing, too. This was another crucial mistake this family made, right? And God will do this, man. And salute to God, man. I gotta admit that, I do believe in God, right? And I'm not throwing that around like, oh, look at me, I believe in God. I mean, I just do, right? And in situations like this family was in, that's when you need God, right? So when God delivered. God sent them, what, a $690,000 lump sum. Your son's on trial for murder, and you get a $690,000 lump sum. They were supposed to immediately go get a lawyer like the lawyer that the rappers use, like Young Thug, and what's that lawyer that got ASAP Rocky off? Damn, I forgot his name. Joe Tapia, some shit like that. But there's lawyers out there that almost always have good outcomes. Even if you get found guilty, they'll get you less time, or they'll get you a nice plea deal, but it's lawyers out there that they cost a lot of money, but they almost always get you a good result, right? It may not be not guilty, because in this case there was really no chance of it being not guilty. But I think he could have gotten a great lawyer for $690,000. Remember that? Who remembers that? Because this is the part that when they're not taking accountability for this. They're not taking accountability for this. That money that was given to them, like niggas kill white people all the time and don't get no money. Niggas kill white people all the time and don't get no money. We're not gonna sit here and rewrite history like every time a nigga kill a white person, he gets $600,000. No, this was a unique situation because of I think it was that lady. What was that lady? The lady who called the little kid a nigger, called the little Somalian kid a nigger. She got a bunch of money. Remember that? So then. And then before that, Daniel Penny, he got a lot of money, and Kyle Rittenhouse got a lot of money for his defense. And then niggas was like, all right, we gonna give this kid a bunch of money. Yeah, Jonah Park. Yeah, I coined that phrase, man, too, man. Shout out to you, man. I remember that. I coined that phrase, Jonah Park. Yeah. What's her name? What was her name? Shiloh Hendricks. They put a goal. These niggas, look at the audacity of this nigga. And I will say this is before they got hooked up with Dominique Alexander, the grifter, National Action Network guy, whatever his name was, National Change Network, that grifter that got attached with the family. They put this goal online. They did this before they even got hooked up with him. They asked for $1.3 million after their kid just stabbed another kid at a track meet. And God gave him half of it, blessed him with half of it. The Lord opened the skies and said, okay, the universe, whatever you want to call it, however you call it, right? You may say the universe, you may say fortune, you may say luck, you may say whatever you want to call it, right? Just so everybody can relate to this, right? And immediately started buying cars and houses instead of just sinking that into a great lawyer. Sink every dollar of that into a great lawyer. They didn't understand how airtight this case was. From not being a street guy, not being a guy who caught cases before and been in and out of the system, right? Even me, I would have looked at this, I'd have been like, God damn. They gonna smoke my boots, man. I would have got with my lawyer, I'd have said, let's take a plea deal. I would have asked what a plea deal was. I would have been, the whole thing would have just been bargaining for a plea deal. No way I would have took this to trial. And if you look at my track record, I've never taken anything to trial. I pled on everything. Every case I ever had, I pled on. And these are drug cases and robbery cases. These are not nothing major like murder or nothing like that, right? This case was so airtight and it was such a slam dunk that the only thing they should have been doing is let's get a great lawyer. Let's walk in that courtroom with a lawyer, one of those guys, one of them guys, right? One of them guys that when they walk in the courtroom, prosecutors, start, shaking in their boots, right? One of them guys. And let's work out a plea deal. I wouldn't necessarily told the media that. I'd have been acting like we was going to go to trial, but behind the scenes, working on a plea deal. What's the best plea deal we can get? I think they could have gotten $15 to 12. I think they could have gotten 15 to 12 on the plea. I think they could have gotten 15 to 12 on the plea. And then he's home in 8 to 10. But that little nigga didn't want to spend a day in jail, and his family didn't want to. His family, they didn't want him to spend one day in jail. They were unrealistic. They had unrealistic ambitions. They thought that it was a possibility that he was not going to spend one day in jail, not knowing that on this case he was going to have to do some time. Yeah, it was a big mistake, and yada yada yada. White people this and white people that, but he was going to have to do some time. And I feel like they were completely naive about that fact. Their naivete about the fact that he was going to have to at least do some time led them to just be. I mean, he won. He was going to have to do something, man. This was a slam dunk case. The jury deliberated for 3.5 hours. Yo, and that was probably only because like they didn't want to come back too early. I'm sure they deliberated for like 30 minutes and then just was like, nah, we can't we can't come out after 30 minutes. We gonna stay back here and everybody just on their phone. All the jurors was probably on their phone for like 3 hours. Like, yo, can we go get a ruling yet? They're like, nah, it's too early, man. You can't do that, man. That's disrespectful to just go out. Just at least wait a couple hours. And that was all right. We'll chill, order some pizzas and shit, and just chill back here. But yeah, it was a slam dunk case, man. Slam dunk case, right? And his family, they were so naive and so. Yeah, they didn't show any sympathy. He didn't show any sympathy. They were assholes. They were assholes. Yeah, his family was fucking assholes. They were assholes, and they played the victim. They tried to play. They did what black people do. They tried to make it seem like they were the victim. They were being wronged, and that was off-putting. But that doesn't factor into the case. All that does factors into the court of public opinion. And maybe the judge, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you do want to see him remorseful, but yeah, I don't think. Yeah, his family is a bunch of assholes. They're fucking assholes, right? But that being an asshole doesn't affect your case. Plenty of assholes beat cases. Teflon Don, John Gotti, he was a fucking turd, man. John Gotti was a turd. He beat a bunch of cases because he had a great lawyer. Fucking look at all the athletes that beat all them cases and shit because they had a bunch of money and they had a great lawyer. And this family had a $690,000 lump sum dropped in their lap, and they spent it on houses and cars and fucking DoorDash and shit. Just like some niggas, man. My man, Jesus Christ, man. My man, Corn Pop, man. Bad dude Corn Pop said the Karmelo Anthony case boils down to one simple and fundamental law of the universe. I learned here at our nation. Okay. He told the Sun Man to leave, and we see what happened. What followed. Yeah. It's amazing that this case comes down to that because we talked about that for years and years. And Austin Metcalf, although he was young, his dad should have told him that. He had a father, and his father should have told him. Austin Metcalf's dad should have told him. And all y'all got to tell y'all kids that. And I tell my kids that too. I'm black, but I still. You think I don't tell my kids that? I mean, the information that I have on this channel, just because I'm black don't mean I don't tell my kids that. I tell my kids all the information that they can. Like, I don't tell them that right now. That lesson is going to be told later on, but I tell my kids all the wisdom I have, man. And if you have wisdom, man, you got to tell your kids that. And Austin should have known better, man. They said Austin told him 15 times. Do you know each time he told him that was getting closer and closer to death? You told the Sun Man 15 times to leave? Jesus Christ. Let's see what this Sun Man got to say, man.
Let me say this real quick. All you ignorance. Karmelo Anthony is about to do 35 years in prison. He's up for parole in 17 years. You don't think the Metcalf family is going to show up to his parole hearing to keep him in there? Obviously, you don't know how parole works. When the family shows up, they get to do a victim statement again. How has it affected them? And the parole board can turn you down. All you who are writing my page talking about I bet you Austin won't put his hands on nobody no more.
Yeah, I bet you Karmelo won't stab nobody no more. And actually, that's not true because he's in jail. He might have to stab somebody. Like, he literally might have to stab somebody. He's going to be in jail in Texas. Prison. Listen, I think is he going to federal prison? Was this a federal case or this is a state case? I think this was a state case, right? I think this was. I think this was a state case. State prison in Texas is a motherfucker, man. Mexicans and whites and shit. This is state prosecutor. The state prosecuted him. So he'll go to state prison in Texas, man. Yikes. Any prison sucks, man. They said, yeah, black people saying, I bet you Austin won't touch nobody no more. They tried to turn that boy into oh my God. These black people are assholes, man.
You are getting our black youth imprisoned or killed. You think creating little thugs and little hoodlums is somehow the black culture. You are responsible for Karmelo Anthony. And you're going to get some more Karmelos or you're going to get some Trayvons. Or what was that little boy down there in South Carolina that Mr. Child took out? Because he reached in his bag and Mr. Child won't having that. Y'all are up here bragging, saying Austin won't put his hands on nobody and this young black boy just got 35 years. Have you realized your stupidity? This black culture of today is an absolute failure.
Yeah, they cooked him. They cooked that little boy. They cooked his shit. Damn. New mug shot of Karmelo Anthony. I know he's scared as a motherfucker. Listen. He's scared. Like, it ain't no point asking. He could be laughing and smiling in this motherfucker picture. And you know he's scared as a motherfucker. 35 years, you going to, like, you in that motherfucker. Like, you comfortable. Okay? You gotta get comfortable. Like, you in that mother. You gotta walk down 17 and be stupid enough to think that you won't get parole on that first time, which you not. They might make you like 3 years. They might deny him 3 times off a GP. Not off anything he did, but off a GP, they're gonna deny him 3 times. And then it's about how he behaved in while he was in there. He might get denied another 5-6 times. Yeah, he thinking in his mind, he probably thinking, I got 17 years. Nah, brother. That you ain't getting paroled right off the bat. You crazy. He gonna have to walk down at least 25 of them years, man. He gonna have to walk down at least 25. Realistically, he may do the whole 35, but at the least, just from what I've seen, he gonna have to walk down at least 25. And he gonna be able to be tough. Like, remember, he was calling the white people, the white kids in the tent. He was calling them all pussies and bitches, and daring them to touch him. He go to a place where that type of energy is 24/7. That type of energy is 24/7. Shout out to Karen Vukalich. Shout out to you, Karen, man. Yeah, we're gonna do another show tomorrow night. Salute to Karen, man. How you doing, man? Hopefully you're doing well tonight. Hopefully you're in good spirits. We are thinking about you, Karen. Hoping for the best outcome possible. Jeez. This is not his mother. This is not Carmelo's mother.
I'm so proud of you. You got up every goddamn morning. You hear me? You got up every morning. You went in that court and you documented from left to motherfucking right. You didn't leave no row unturned. And
this grifting lady, this lady who's talking to us, some fucking low IQ, dumbass black grifter hanging around the court building and shit. These people are losers, man. I've been around these situations as an observer. Most of these people are fucking losers, man. Even the Antifa and the white ones, the white liberals, all of them are fucking losers, man. Go get a fucking job.
thank you.
It's red.
I want to say ahead and talk about it.
It's all right.
Why you got that Masonic lodge on your courthouse?
It's red, yeah.
Where's us?
But that's all right. Because God,
where's his soul?
God for the whole universe. Now you wanna come over here now, but you won't come when it's this time of de-escalation shit. Come on, man. Y'all want to come now when it's peaceful. Y'all want to come when it's ruckus.
Look at them. Accusing the police and shit. Always the victim. Always a fucking victim. Got his boots smoked. Oh, this is my man, Anthony Brian Logan, man.
Karmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder out there in Collin County, Texas, after the 2025 track meet incident in which he stabbed Austin Metcalf. Now, straight away, I'm going to say it. This was a gross miscarriage of justice. Gross miscarriage of justice. This was not murder. Whether you believe the stabbing was right or wrong.
Wow. Anthony Brian Logan has gone woke, man. He's gone woke, man. Anthony Brian Logan is going woke, man. Shout out to my man Snake Plissken, man. Again, man. Salute to Snake Plissken. Shout out to Barry B. Barry B is in the building. Everybody who's new here, subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. Take the subscribe button and hit it. Smack that subscribe button. Hit the like button too, man. I didn't know ABL went woke, man. ABL went woke, man. Look, even his American flag, a little dingy and shit, man. That thing used to be white, bright white and red, man. Now that thing a little dingy, man. This ain't like you, ABL. Well, I actually seen him kind of like straying to the center. It was about a year ago when last time I saw one of his videos. But yeah, he was straying to the center then. So this probably shouldn't surprise me. This was murder, man. Murder's murder, man. And manslaughter would have been if he punched Austin. Austin fell down the bleachers and hit his head on one of the corners of the bleacher and bled to death. That would have been manslaughter. Taking a knife out after daring somebody to touch you, calling them all type of bitches and pussies, and the second they touch you, you plunge that knife into their heart and kill them instantly. Like I even said that if Austin Metcalf had to be put in an induced coma and, revived and then went back under, and revived and went back under, went through a bunch of surgeries and ultimately died 12 days later, right? Or 3 weeks later, whatever he died later, right? It would have been a different situation. This nigga killed that boy instantly. They say that wound was unsurvivable. They said he died before the ambulance got there. There was nothing anybody could do for him. He died before the ambulance got there. Think about how quick an ambulance could get to a track meet. Because it's all types of reasons. Kids get injured doing the track or whatever, some shit. He died before the ambulance got there. Because that wound was unsurvivable. He stabbed him right in the chest, right in his heart. A kill shot. That's not manslaughter, bro. If he had stabbed him in his leg and his femoral artery would have gotten punctured and he would have died like that, you could even give him manslaughter because it's like, well, I just poked him in his leg. I didn't know he was going to die. You stabbed him right in his heart.
This gross miscarriage of justice. This was not murder. Whether you believe the stabbing was right or wrong, it doesn't matter. Let's talk about what the law says. The law says that you must intentionally or knowingly cause someone's death. This refers to when you get up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm going to go take this man's life. When you pull out a gun, you shoot him, you're trying to rob.
No, that's not murder. Murder is, if that was murder, no niggas would be in prison. If you had to wake up that morning, you know what I mean? Niggas wake up in the morning and kill somebody that they didn't know. How many stories do we do all the time where a nigga just randomly cross paths with somebody? At like a McDonald's or a Chipotle or at the drive-thru or Chuck E. Cheese or fucking, you know what I'm saying? Dave and Buster. Some nigga just randomly cross paths with some other person and they kill him. And they go to jail for murder. Like, how many kids we see get hit with straight bullets and shit? Pava, we got some new Pava. I might do the new Pava update. It's an update on Pava, man. You got an update on Pava. I'll do it tonight. I'll do the update on Pava later. We'll get it. Stick around, man. Remind me too. Let me sure Pava. Let me write this down somewhere. Pava Lepere. We got an update on Pava Lepere.
Carjack him, something like that. That's a murder. Manslaughter is when you do something reckless that causes someone to lose their life, like playing with a gun, it goes off and then somebody gets shot. Neither of those things happen here. So it wasn't even manslaughter. It's not even like, oh, well, give him manslaughter. Nah, this was self-defense. This is not guilty. Self-defense says you must reasonably believe that you are at risk of great bodily harm or death. Now, if you're 5'8", 130 pounds, here comes Austin Metcalf, 6 foot.
Yeah, but the only problem is Karmelo Anthony 6'1", 160 pounds. That's the only problem with it. Like Karmelo Anthony 6'1". And also Karmelo Anthony was a football player too. And also none of that matters. If anytime you got into a fight and we found out, oh well, the person plays football, it was like, all right, no, well, he just killed this guy. Well, what sport did the guy play? He played basketball. Okay, well, I mean, murder. But he also played football. Oh, okay, all right, well, self-defense. Like, yo, football players get in fights all the time, man. A lot of football players, that's what they do. They bar brawls. Even professional football players get in a lot of fights. You don't get to kill them. You don't get to kill him because he's a football player. You don't get to kill him because he works out.
Tall 215 pounds, and it's his brother and maybe two more people, you feel like you're in danger.
Okay, so he doesn't have the fact. This is probably before the trial. I'm hoping that AB did that before the trial. I'm hoping that I'm hoping that he did that before the trial. He said Karmelo Anthony found guilty. Oh shit. Yeah, man. Yeah, that kid's life ended fast though. That kid went from, hey brother, can you move out of here? Karmelo offered him up. Karmelo, and here's the thing about it. If you followed the case, right, and I didn't follow it closely, I just followed it from a distance, right? During the testimony, the witnesses say Karmelo asked to fight Austin. And Austin said, I'm not going to fight you over a seat, but you got to leave. Press 1 if you heard that. The witnesses said Karmelo, little 5'8", 330-pound kid who was scared, he's the one who brought up fighting. And Austin turned down the fade. Austin Metcalf, as niggers call it, ducked the fade. Karmelo was like, what's good? And Austin ducked the fade, according to witnesses under oath on the stand. Karmelo was like, yo, let's fight. And Austin said, I'm not going to fight you over a seat. But you still got to get up and leave, though. And that's what, and of course, that was a huge mistake, telling the black man to leave. But Austin ducked the fade. So everybody's talking about that whole, he was afraid for his life. That went out the window when they started interviewing witnesses, when they started cross-examining witnesses, because the witnesses said that Karmelo called Austin and all the people in there all types of bitches and pussies. And we can believe that, because not just because the witnesses said that, but because we know nigga. A nigga got his hand in a bag, and it's a knife in there. Yeah, nigga, and he know you, he calling you all type of bitches and hoes. And he asking you to fight because he know he gonna stab your ass. But Austin ducked the fade. Austin wasn't about that life. Austin was not about that life. Austin wasn't with the shits. Shout out to Jack Me Off. Austin wasn't with the shits. Crazy, man.
Please.
Kool-Aid pineapples, man. They could probably make them in jail, though. They make everything else in jail, man. They probably could make Kool-Aid pineapples in jail out of don't they give them little fruit cups and shit? Don't they get little fruit cups with their jail meal? Like, they get little fruit cups, right? They probably take the little fruit cup, take like about 20 or 30 of them little fruit cups, dump them in a big ass bowl, put some goddamn fucking crunch up some Jolly Ranchers, crunch up some Skittles or some shit, soak it in water, make some Kool-Aid, homemade Kool-Aid out of Skittles and crunched up Skittles and fucking mints. Take some mints, crunch the mints up, stir them up in some water, pour that shit in the bowl with all the fruit cups and shit. Make you prison pineapple Kool-Aid and shit, man. Prison pineapple. Yeah, keep it cold in the toilet. Keep it cold in the toilet. Because you know the toilet, your refrigerator, man. Yeah, your toilet is your refrigerator because it's cool. It's cold. That shit crazy, man. Fuck it, hey, man. Yeah, man. He said Kool-Aid owns the recipe now. Oh yeah, Kool-Aid trademarked that shit. I didn't know that. Are you serious? Oh man. She said a black Tucker Carlson Jr. found hanging from the tree. Let's see if this is true. It said Tucker Carlson hanging from a tree after the Karmelo Anthony verdict. Oh Lord, another lynching, man. White people be lynching us, man. Oh man, all right, good. That's fake. Yo, damn, the reality of that shit. Listen, I'd have been in the courtroom with niggas got sentenced. I've been in the courtroom. I'm not just talking about like when I had my case because when you go to court, the people sitting in like the pew, those are the people waiting for their court cases. It's not like these big trials and shit. Like when you go to regular court in your city, the people sitting there in the back is just the people that's got to waiting for their name to be called so their case can be up. I done seen people get sentenced to years, taken to the back by the bailiff. I also done went to my family members' court dates and seen them get sentenced. I seen niggas sitting and just break down, not even break down from crying, but just the whole life come out of when you hear that sentence. Just the life and the energy leave niggas when they hear that sentence, man. It's like it said no legal right to assault Karmelo Anthony. They're still saying that they assaulted Karmelo Anthony, even after the case. And there's no let's see this nigga. This nigga funny, man. Everybody hit that like button. Continue to support the channel, man. We're trying to get 20 people take the sponsorship challenge, man. Salute to all you guys, man.
All right, listen up. We might as well talk about the elephant in the room that's stomping around. Half the nation already knew what where that shit was gonna land. The other half was still deep in naive fairy tale land. But I'm not about to talk about the outcome. I'm zeroed in on the reaction. That crowd footage outside the courthouse that everybody saw. You got one man standing there composed, actually representing the country. And right in front of him, black dude in the do-rag, jumping up and down like a fucking kangaroo on bath salts, acting a straight fool for the cameras in the crowd. And you got sis and back of the dude in the kente cloth, grinding behind him like it's fucking Mardi Gras in the middle of a serious moment. Weird ass vibes, and that's putting it mildly. And then what happens immediately after? Fight, arrest. This is exactly why I don't nobody want to fucking be around that kind of energy. Y'all don't know how to act when the lights are on. And the thing is, Austin's own fucking family came out and said that this shit was not about race. Straight up, not about race. What y'all do? Y'all turned it into a full-blown racial circus anyway. Full clown mode activated. Hollering, grinding, making it about race when the family specifically, explicitly said that it wasn't. So why is it that every time that we try to have a simple civil conversation about anything, verdict, politics, reality, one side has to always hijack it and turn it into a fucking sideshow? This shit is not a celebration. This shit is embarrassing as hell. This is the reason why folks cross the street, why they lock doors and check out. Civilized conversation? Apparently that's racist now, unless you add the jumping jacks and the fucking ancestral twerk session. God gave us deeper melanin, DNA, biology. He made us who we are. But he didn't sign off on you acting like you got zero fucking home training. You know, some built with dignity and restraint. Others out here proving every low expectation stereotype while screaming, stop stereotyping us. I'm going to say this shit loud with zero fucking apologies. Grow the fuck up. Stop excusing buffoonery with culture. Real strength is in the quiet dignity when the world watches, not the wild out reaction. And that's the division right there. The rest of us, black, white, whatever, are sick of the circus. Act right or get left behind. Ain't no room for debate. This shit burns bridges faster than anything.
That nigga speaking too much. Nothing he said. He wasted his time. When you talk like that, you waste your time. When you talk reasonable and niggas and shit, you basically wasting your fucking time. He didn't change one nigga's, like, look at these motherfuckers.
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion here.
Just like Karmelo was doing. I'm glad you just said that. That's what Karmelo was doing. Protecting his motherfucking self.
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion here.
Just like Karmelo was doing. I'm glad you just said that. That's what Karmelo.
Think about being in a relationship. This woman probably has a man. She probably had a bunch of babies and shit. Think about being in a relationship with this woman. Oh. Yeah. All women are awful. Press 1 when it comes to relationships. When it comes to relationships, all women are awful. But think about being in a relationship with this one. Holy shit.
Protecting his motherfucking self.
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion here.
Just like Karmelo was doing. I'm glad you just said that. That's what Karmelo was doing. Protecting his motherfucking self.
I don't have.
Jesus Christ. Fucking A, man. And listen, I will say this. These people don't represent all the black people. Black people do not suck this bad. Black people fucking suck, but they don't suck this bad. This is a unique collection of weirdos, right? Like, this is a distillation of weirdos outside these court buildings. The greater black community, these people are more dispersed and spread out. They're not as codified and, you know, this is not a reflection of the greater black community, these people. Yes, they are people. Yes, there are people like this, but per capita, outside the court building versus the greater black general public, it's not like this.
Where y'all white people at? If you love Austin, you would be here. But because you don't care, it's funny than a motherfucker. Where's Austin
I'm up.
Man. Oh yeah, this is lawyer. Oh shit. Now they gonna cook him. It's the lawyer fault too. Like it's gonna be everybody's fault but Karmelo's and his parents. He said, "Look at this. Yo, this shit's stupid, man."
Holy.
That was the Texas jury. They smoked his boot. Damn, yeah, they smoked his boots, man.
Lights out.
Shawshank Redemption.
I remember my first night. Seems like a long time ago.
That makes me want to watch that movie again, man. That makes me want to watch that movie. I love that movie. That was a great movie, man.
I'm just gonna be real serious and simple about this shit. Fuck Carmelo Anthony and fuck you if you motherfucking agree with him. If you think that nigga was motherfucking scared for his life and he should have stabbed that motherfucker in the chest, you's a dumb motherfucker.
Shout out to Gauch Merlot. Gauch Merlot is in the building. Salute, 35 years sounds almost right on appeal. Carmelo Anthony will end up with time served. Oh my God, man. I think the precedent has been set, even if they appeal. Like there's really no. He might appeal and get a worse sentence, man. Like there's really no wins for him in this case after all the evidence has been displayed. Fuck what niggas is saying online and all that shit. The evidence of the case, the way he behaved, he should just take this 35 years and walk with it. Amazing this grace says, ebony and ivory stand together in perfect harmony. Yeah.
Because at the end of the motherfucking day, you could line up 12 blind jurors, not giving a fuck what orientation sexually they are, what race they are. You give me 12 blind motherfuckers and tell them motherfuckers the facts, and they're going to find that little nigga guilty. It's that simple. I don't give a fuck how you twist it, side it, put it, how you want a motherfucker smeared and covered with whatever the fuck you want. The nigga is guilty and he going to hell. The worst part is, you motherfuckers went and ran all this motherfucking money up for that motherfucker, and his family went and bought a house. They took care of shit, and at the end of the day, that nigga ain't gonna have money for commissary or to take care of his motherfucking ass when he get there, because the white boys gonna run through that motherfucker. Niggas don't want nothing to do with him, because they ain't motherfucking dealing with some civil bullshit war in prison over a dumb nigga that did some shit he could have took care of his goddamn self with his hands. It's that simple. If you don't like that and you don't understand that, fuck you and your feelings, because you're not grown enough to realize that nigga fucked up. And when you fuck up, you got to be held accountable for your shit. And if you don't like that, fuck your feelings. I don't care.
I couldn't agree more. Watching liberal monkey brain niggas try to support Carmelo online is a new low for how disgusting our community is. And all you can do if you're a good black person is get the fuck as far away from these niggas as you can. The world is watching. This is social media. You stupid niggas don't even understand. They looking at you niggas the way we look at the white supremacists that don't exist, that are funded by the Democrats. But that's the way they look at black people, because there's so many you dumbass liberal niggas that say, I don't support anything black. No, nigga. You just as dumb as them now. You stupid monkey. Anyways, follow the page, like, subscribe. Peace.
Pulled pork sandwich and I deserve it. They're about to spread my nigger asshole like a pulled pork sandwich and I deserve it.
Damn, Karmelo. Coming in hot, ain't you? Don't give him no ideas, Karmelo. Like, yeah, he giving him ideas, man. I can't believe Karmelo said that. Now, nigga, it's people in prison that wasn't even thinking about that shit. That's like, now you done gave him ideas, man. A pulled pork sandwich. This nigga got a pulled pork sandwich back there.
You know, by all accounts, this is a young man who had no prior convictions, no prior arrests. He apparently had a very good grade point average, 3.7 in his high school. Obviously, dreams for the future. His family had dreams for the future for him. And now a jury has convicted this Texas teenager, Karmelo Anthony, in the fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf.
I still want to see a transcript, man. Because if that nigga really had a fucking 3.7, his transcript would be all over the fucking internet. Press 1. Because he was suspended from school when this happened. And they tried to hide that. But that got revealed that he was suspended from school. So this nigga with a 3.7 grade point average is suspended from school, coming to track meets with knives and stabbing people to death. That's not the behavior of somebody that do their homework every night. That's not the behavior of somebody that pay attention in class every. I don't know, man.
Have a good time, get him super twisted, then bring a bitch around. We're gonna have a
Cardi B.
Dumbass niggas like Charleston White are crying about Karmelo Anthony.
All white jury, the judge and the DA are buddies, along with the dad, best friends.
You cannot make me believe that as many gray-haired white women on that jury that's dealing with white guilt about going to heaven is not going to have no compassion about a kid that's been straight A from the time he's ever read a book in school, has no history of violence. This kid has no violence. Austin, on the other hand, is a violent brute with some sexual rape allegations hanging on his ass. Yeah.
You's a dumbass nigga. The nigga is as guilty as a cheating whore with gonorrhea. There ain't nothing you niggas can sit back and cry and say about it. Niggas, time after time, would rather defend someone because they're black rather than defending law and order. Listen here, niggas. There are many black-on-black versions of the Karmelo Anthony case that happen every fucking day that black people don't want to talk about. Long before it happens to a white person. You niggas don't give a fuck about these kids. And fuck the family of Karmelo Anthony. Raised all this damn money. How many black bitches are raising kids like Karmelo Anthony? How many black kids have been murdered, no different than Austin Metcalf, for the smallest shit by these little niggas? You niggas are more concerned about being right against white than being right at all. Fuck you niggas, and do better, niggas.
Let her talk.
This was a legal lynching that happened in here today.
Exactly what happened. We can't hear.
This was a legal lynching. It was a legal lynching, y'all. A legal lynching. You niggas disrespect all the people that got lynched, allegedly, for crimes. Oh, shit. We done did so many lynching videos on this channel, boy. 99% of the time, the nigga was already in jail, and the mob came, got him from the jail. Overpowered the sheriff and whatnot, and got him from the jail and hung him. 90, let's say 70% of the time, it was he raped a white woman or a white child. There was sometimes some other crimes that could get you lynched, but 75% of the time, nigga raped a white woman or molested a little white girl. They try to make it seem like they niggas was getting lynched for looking at white women. Fuck no. Niggas getting lynched for raping white women.
I said as a former prosecutor, this was a legal lynching that happened in this slaughterhouse. This is a slaughterhouse. This is not a courthouse. This courthouse is designed when you will come here and you look like us, to slaughter you. That judge intentionally.
Let her talk.
Who is this bitch? Who is that bitch? I don't give a fuck. Fuck that bitch, man.
Actually, none of us were there. And we don't know what actually happened. We only know what people perceive to have happened. But
no, bitch, that's wrong. It was a trial. They called dozens of witnesses. Why would she say that we only know what was perceived to have happened? They just had the trial. They called dozens of witnesses. How could you say we don't know what happened after they just called dozens of witnesses and played the fucking video for they didn't play the video for the masses, but they played the video for some people in the news media or whatever. These sons are something else, man. These sons are something else, man. Everybody subscribe to the channel. If you're new here, hit the subscribe button. Subscribe to the channel, man. Why would she say some stupid shit like that after the trial? We don't know what happened. You say that before the trial. God damn, you niggas are dumb. I hate you niggas. Press 1. You say that before the trial. You don't say some shit like this after the trial. We don't know what happened, man. All we know is what. Yeah. Niggas is dumb, man. All of them. And it don't matter how many degrees they got. Shout out to my man, Retro Conservative, man. Can't match the amazing Christie, but I will pay my tithes. Shout out to you, man. Salute to you, man. Appreciate it, man. Well, together y'all can match Christie. How about that? Together, as a unit, man. Salute to you, man. Appreciate you, bro. Listen to what this woman said after the trial. After dozens of witnesses that were there, black people, 4 black athletes testified against Karmelo because he was being an asshole. Like, what are they talking about? We don't know what happened.
none of us were there. And we don't know what actually happened. We only know what people perceive to have happened, but that's not my child. My child has deep regret. My family has deep regret. He is a scholar. He has the opportunity to turn his life around. She needed to be talking about her son in the future to get them to see who he could be outside of this. And she was not prepped and ready for that. None of us were there. And we don't know what.
Y'all are awful people, man. This is the thing. This is the thing, man. All this time you were being judged by the content of your character. You were really being judged by the content of your character all this time, man. That's diabolical, man. Void Surfer says, why do you think they didn't put him on the stand? Right. Or did they think it would have helped his case? Putting him on the stand would have got him 100 years. Because they would have put him up on the stand and people would have seen how pompous and arrogant and entitled he is, and how such little remorse and his wanton disregard for human life. And people would have been like turned off. The jury would have been turned off even more.
I got a question. If Karmelo Anthony is found to be guilty, are y'all going to boycott Kroger? Are you going to boycott Walmart? Are you going to boycott KFC? Are you going to boycott Church's Chicken? Will you boycott Popeye's Chicken? Popeye's Chicken's not owned by Black people just because that's what you see in the commercials. No. Are you going to stop wearing Nikes? Are you going to stop going to Starbucks? Are you going to stop getting gas? Are you going to quit your job that you probably work for a company that's owned by white people? Are you going to throw your food stamp card away that the white government gives you? Are you going to move out of your public housing that the white government gives you, right? Are you going to stop paying rent that your landlord might be white or the apartments you live in are owned by white people and white investors? Are you going to throw away your iPhone? No, right? You're so the hypocrisy is just through the roof, man. I'm so, you know what? It's like, y'all give me the content and I enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Mocking you for what you'll choose to boycott, right? You getting mad because the man was found not guilty. And there was 6 jurors, I think, on there that were Black, or 4, something like that. I don't know the exact number, but they were Black jurors.
Oh, he's talking about another case. This guy's talking about something else. Oh, he's talking about the Asian child. Damn. Y'all think this is bad, but I think the Black guy laid him down gently. Look at how gently the Black guy lays him down. Usually they just throw, and he laid him down on the grass instead of laying him down on the concrete. This is actually a good son, man. I ain't even gonna lie.
World star.
Damn. Look at him. Laid him on the grass gently. That's a good son, man. That's about as good as you gonna get, man. I ain't even gonna lie, man. Don't expect no better than that, man. That nigga, that's a yo. That's one of the good ones, man. That was one of the good ones. Yeah, he did that for the culture, man. Charleston got some money. Charleston White got some money from the family. Because remember, Charleston White was initially for Austin Metcalf, and then the Karmelo Anthony family gave Charleston White some money, and he flipped. She a bad look, man. A bad look. Bad look. Let's go. Let's get on to some other stuff. Oh, didn't I say I was gonna show y'all Pavel LePere? Let me see if I can find this Pavel LePere video, man. Is that the one? Where's it? Oh. Let me find this shit. Let me see. Salute to everybody out there, man. Everybody hit the like buttons. Sponsor the program. And we're gonna move on to. We're gonna get back to Karmelo in any second, though. Now, I'm looking for this. I can't. Did I save? Should I say? I didn't save this shit. Can't believe I didn't save this shit. It was. I'm gonna find it though. Don't worry about it. Let me see. This month. Let me do it this month. Here it is. Here it is. I found it. All right. Here we go. I found it. Everybody hit that like button, man. Smash that like button. We in the building, man. If you don't remember Pavel LePere, man. If you don't remember Pavel LePere, man, you ain't no OG from this channel. This channel, this gonna separate all the OGs from the new G's, man. Shout out to Amazing Disgrace, man. He says, you could make money as an expert witness testifying to subject. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I could do that, man. I should do that. I should speak. I should do speaking engagements. Go speak to college graduates. Now, as you go out into this world, young people, with your whole life ahead of you, whatever you do, I don't care how unruly the Sun Man is acting. I don't care how inappropriate his behavior is. I don't care how many people are around. Don't ask him to leave unless you are going to leave as soon as you ask him to leave. But if you leave and you stay there, not only are you risking your life, but you're risking the life of everybody in the building because Sun Man might just come back and spray the whole fucking place because you pissed them off. So, yeah, I could write up some speeches, man. Pavel. Who remembers Pavel LePere? Press 1 if you remember Pavel LePere. We'll get in this right quick, then we're gonna get back into some fuckery, man. We don't need the fuckery, man. Let me drop the link, man. Let me actually drop the link too. After this, I'm gonna drop the link right after this because I know we all want to talk about Karmelo. Who remember Pavel LePere? Pavel LePere.
In the autumn of 2023, news of a horrific murder rocked the city of Baltimore. A young and talented entrepreneur, one of the city's rising stars, was found brutally attacked and killed on her building's rooftop. Pavel LePere had many friends and no known enemies. Investigators began by speaking with those who knew her best. Then they retraced her steps, and piece by piece, they filled in the puzzle and hunted down a killer. Hi there, I'm Kevin, and welcome to Just Thought Lounge. Today's case is about a victim who sought meaning and positive change in every aspect of her life, and then had it taken from her in the most senseless way imaginable. Let's take a look. Monday, September 25th, 2023, began like any other day in downtown Baltimore. The 300 block of West Franklin Street was home to the offices of EcoMap Technologies, a tech startup. The company, comprised of over 30 employees, was the vision of Pavel Lapierre, a young, ambitious, and successful entrepreneur.
Hey, Pavel, CEO and founder of EcoMap Technologies.
The CEO was a workaholic. She lived and breathed EcoMap. Its continued growth was her passion, and her employees like family. That morning, as staff grabbed coffees and gathered for meetings, Pava's absence from the office was noticeable and extremely odd. It was not only uncharacteristic of their ceaselessly dedicated boss to be tardy, but Pava also lived in the same building. Her commute to work consisted of a short elevator ride to the ground floor. Unable to locate her at roughly 10 a.m., EcoMap's co-founder, Sherrod Davis, placed a call to the Baltimore PD.
Hi, I'm actually calling to file a missing persons report.
Okay, what is the address for the officer to come?
306 West Franklin Street. This is my co-founder. We run a business together.
Okay, and you saw him Friday, correct?
One of our other coworkers saw her on Friday.
Friday, okay. And what is her name?
Pava Lapierre.
What is it?
It's Pava Lapierre, P-A-V-A. Her middle name is Marie, and her last name is Lapierre, L-A-P-E-R-E.
25, go over to 306 West Franklin Street, Suite 102. See a Sherrod Davis wants to report her co-worker is missing.
While officers were dispatched to the building,
Damn, they thought he was a bitch. That's fucked up. They thought he was a bitch. He did kind of sound like a bitch though. First one.
Pava's team continued to search for her. Her apartment door was found unlocked. There was no sign of her inside. Calls to her cell phone went unanswered. Others tried to gain access to her email and messages through her laptop. Meanwhile, everyone compared notes. When had they last heard from Pava? That is when someone suggested that they check the roof. Kevin Carter, an EcoMap employee and good friend of Pava's, climbed the ladder to the restricted rooftop.
Baltimore City, 911 over 1223 is the address of emergency.
Yes, emergency. There's a dead body on the rooftop of 306 West Franklin.
Tell me exactly what happened, Kevin.
We filed a missing person report for my friend and boss this morning, and we just checked the rooftop of the building. I'm looking at her.
Okay, is she awake?
No.
Is she breathing?
No.
Please tell me why does it look like she's dead?
I don't want to get too far. She's.
You gotta get closer, Kevin. Why does it look like she's dead? Come on, Kevin, you got this.
Her face is. She looks like she's been dead for a couple of days, and she's partly naked. I think she was killed.
I'm sending you help, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
All right. Is there anything else we can do for you or your family?
Just send people right away.
Pava was found lying on her back. Injuries were visible to her head and neck.
Yo, listen, remember when when this first happened and I was like, yo, she's woke. She woke and she deserved what she got because she was super. Like, this woman was beyond woke. She's probably the wokest person we've seen on this show. Like, of all the white liberals, she's probably the wokest, right? Of the non-famous ones, like the non-Congress, non-political ones. It's just of all the random people we've covered on this show, She's probably the wokest person that we've ever covered. I'm gonna tell you right now, because I know what happened next. A piece of me feels sorry for her. I've changed my tune. Fuck y'all, man. Kiss my ass. I get to change my tune. I feel a little sorry for her. A little bit. Just a little teensy bit. From where I had no sympathy for her. I feel a little bit sorry for her. A teensy weensy bit.
As well as other areas of her body. She wore socks, underwear, and a black and white sweater, open to the front. Another friend and employee had draped a jacket across her exposed chest before officers arrived, a gesture to maintain the dignity of a woman who was both adored and respected. Near to Pava were a pair of red pants, 2 buttons, and a hair clip. Investigators identified a brick stained with what was potentially blood. They also located 3 teeth.
Yeah, he knocked her teeth out at the root. He knocked her teeth out at the root. Fucking A, man. Salute to Roger Wood. He says ABL Cracks started the show with Carly Russell. Oh, okay. So it was that long ago? That was like 3 years ago. Maybe 3-4 years ago. Okay, I didn't know he had cracked that long ago. My bad. Like, yeah, I didn't know. Okay. I'm behind the times. Okay. I'm gonna get to the super chats in a minute.
2 red sneakers were found nearby. The shoes, like the red trousers, were thought to be Pava's. Forensic teams descended on the scene to collect the various items and take swabs for DNA testing. When the medical examiner arrived, it was made official. Pava Lapierre had passed on. She died from strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head. The medical examiner also concluded that she had likely been on the rooftop for at least 2 days. At the age of just 26, Pava had already made waves in the Baltimore business community and a positive impact on the city. Raised in Texas and later Arizona, Pava relocated to Maryland following her acceptance to her dream school, Johns Hopkins University. Her original intention was to become a doctor, though these ambitions quickly changed when she came to realize that her best chance of making a positive impact on the world at scale was to work in business. There, she could influence the big picture through the many ecosystems in which she interacted. Pava began her entrepreneurship journey by founding TCO Labs at Johns Hopkins, a student-run nonprofit that supported undergraduates who wanted to start their own businesses. Her work compounded from there. She aimed to help a wide range of ventures, from smaller local businesses to medical students with life-changing inventions and every well-intentioned endeavor in between.
For as long as I can remember, I have wanted to be a doctor. Like many people, I figured that this was a way for me to make a real and meaningful difference in this world. So for as long as I can remember, I did all of the typical pre-med things in high school. I was the president of the medical club, I was in National Honor Society, and I got into the Johns Hopkins University, the place that you go to become a pre-med. You see, I had my life entirely mapped out. You know, there are millions of people suffering every day from preventable, or rather, should be preventable problems. Needless violence, environmental devastation, severe racism, hatred, inequality, and not just in countries half a world away, but in our very own cities.
Pava's 2019 TED Talk was tragically and prophetically entitled, "Forget About Your Life Plan." In it, she spoke of the failings of society, how the systems that we develop are the tools that we can use to make change, to improve our world and better people's lives. After starting a few different projects, some more successful than others, The core concept of improving systems to better society led her to the founding of EcoMap. As her company developed, she brought on her co-founder, Sherrod Davis. By the time of her death, the two had worked together on their shared vision for over 2 years.
Hi, I'm Sherrod. I'm the co-founder and COO at EcoMap.
Hi, I'm Pava. I'm the co-founder and CEO at EcoMap.
At EcoMap, we're on a mission to make information more accessible.
The problem that we're solving at EcoMap is making all of this invisible information visible.
These efforts led to recognition. Pava was named one of Forbes magazine's top 30 under 30. Employees at EcoMap spoke of her dedication to family, friends, and community. They called her a 5'2" giant. As investigators assessed the horrific scene on the rooftop, downstairs, employees of EcoMap gathered. They were transported to the station for questioning. The team spoke about Pava, about who she was as a person, and about who could have possibly wanted her dead.
She's just like a ray of sunshine, honestly. She is very authentic. She says what she means, and she means what she says. Extremely hard worker, extremely brilliant, which is why I was so excited to work with her. Very, very passionate about the company. I mean, the company was her life. We're her family. She moved here from Arizona, went to Hopkins, and she did a couple different startup things. Ultimately landed on EcoMap. But, you know, her family is not here. So we were really like her family.
Very much a workaholic, but like truly loved it. Like building something from scratch, building a team, building a product.
How many of y'all work for Eco?
I think 32 now.
It's 32 employees, and she's the boss. Okay. Did she have a boyfriend or anything like that?
Yeah, she started dating someone a few months ago.
Okay. You know his name?
Did Pava have any enemies, anything like that? You are a friend, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did she express any problems with anybody, anything like that?
No.
All right. Did you know anybody that would have been angry with her, mad with her?
No.
Anybody would have wanted to harm her, anything like that?
I mean, everyone I've ever met spoke highly of her, and just, I don't know, they all seem really close to each other, and I didn't know anyone who had any ill will or anything like that.
Do you know anybody that wanted to hurt Pava?
No.
Pava Lapierre was, by all accounts, as admired as she was successful. Speaking with her employees, a pattern developed. Everyone was devastated over her loss, and no one had a bad word to say about their boss, who was also a friend. Investigators located Pava's boyfriend, a software engineer named Jeremy. He had been in St. Louis for work over the weekend. The last message that he had from Pava was from 10:04 p.m. on Friday night, September 22nd. She had just attended Artscape, a large outdoor festival showcasing artists, designers, and performers. She wrote to him that it was an amazing experience. Then his follow-up messages went unanswered.
So she went to Artscape, an outdoor festival, and texted her boyfriend and told her she had a great time. I want y'all to remember that. He's in St. Louis. He is in St. Louis. There's no mystery about that. He's in St. Louis.
Investigators traced Pava's last known movements on the evening of the 22nd. Ring cameras inside the EcoMap office captured her saying her goodbyes that evening. She wore the same clothing that she would later be found with, the black and white sweater, red trousers, and red sneakers.
Can you guys just walk up? Go. And go.
Monday morning, when Pava failed to show for her scheduled meetings, it became clear that no one had connected with her since leaving Artscape on Friday night. Kevin was the last person to see her when they parted ways at the festival.
Like her what? We don't know where Pava is. And like that alone is like
That's the weirdest sentence I've ever heard, because we always know where Papa is. She's either working, or she's talking to someone about work, or she is, doing something with her friends, which are other people that she works with.
Sharada went to step out, talk to Eden, and then he came back and rallied us all together and was like, we don't know where she is. So I'm going to call Jeremy, who's her boyfriend. And Jeremy said last we heard from her was Friday. Kevin also was saying how he was with her on Friday night, and like everything just kept coming back like Friday. Like that was the last time anyone had heard from her.
And how long did y'all stay there?
We stayed through the set, probably 5-10 minutes after, and then I went to walk home and she went to walk home.
Was it dark then? What was it like?
Yeah, it was. It was lit up because it was artscape. There's a lot of like stuff happening still, but it was like 10 o'clock. So.
Okay, so it was nighttime.
It was nighttime, yeah.
Okay, so you didn't walk with her home?
No.
Okay. Did she say what she was going to do?
I assumed she was just heading home to sleep. She said she was about to work for like 12 hours the next day doing some engineering. So that was like basically her whole weekend plan.
Did she say she was going to meet anybody?
Pava had obviously made her way back to the building on West Franklin that night. How and why would she be on the roof, an area restricted from the public?
Maybe it was Kevin, maybe it was me, but somebody was like, you think maybe she's on the roof? Because Pava likes to go on the roof sometimes. And it's like a very Pava thing to do, to come home and she loved, she loved her view and loved either from her window or going up on the roof sometimes.
Girls up there. She would take team members up there, like, have you guys been to the roof yet? Oh, okay, let's go.
Like she's gone on the roof before to just hang out. She loves the Baltimore skyline from there. So we thought maybe like, post artscape, maybe she wanted to see what like artscape looked like from the roof.
The security cameras positioned at the front door of the building on West Franklin captured Pava returning home from the Artscape Festival at about 10:30 p.m. on Friday night. She meandered to the doors casually, almost blissfully, after a fun night out with friends. Pava looked back from the direction she came, and then once again across the street before entering. Investigators would later determine that Pava had encountered a man on the street after parting ways with her friends.
So Pava's saucy coming back from Artscape, and she encountered a man on the street. This is after she texted her boyfriend that she had a great time. On the way home, she encountered a man on the street. I want y'all to remember that.
He was following her home. Only moments after going through the doors, the man jogged up the steps behind her. He looked through the glass into the lobby of the building. Pava was seated on the sofa just inside the doors.
So she went in, didn't go to the office, didn't go to her room, didn't go to the roof. She encountered this guy on the street, was looking back, came in her building, and sat on the sofa right by the door. What do y'all think about that? Sat on the sofa right by the door. Didn't go to her room. That encounter probably wasn't, he said she wanted that BBC. That encounter wasn't something that scared her. That encounter wasn't something dangerous to her. She felt was dangerous. Because if she thought she was in danger, she would have gotten that fucking building and went up to her fucking apartment. Press 1.
Took an item from his pocket, then waved Pava to the door. The cameras did not capture audio. The two spoke at the threshold. The exchange lasted about 40 seconds. Whatever the man had to say must have convinced Pava that he was trustworthy. She was captured making a welcoming gesture, inviting him into the building. From there, the two went to the roof.
So she had an encounter with this guy on the street. She goes off, I guess, on her way. He follows her. She comes up to the building, lollygagging, and then sits in the fucking couch right by the front door. And then he comes up and he gets her attention and talks. She comes in and then they go straight to the roof, her favorite place. Remember, the roof is her favorite place. Nobody else goes to the roof but her. So I'm assuming that she took this nigga to the roof. She was attracted to this nigga. She was attracted to him. And they had a little flirtation going on. And that's why I say I feel sorry for her, because she seen a nigga on the street, flirted with him, and she was going to get a nigga some ass. She was going to get this nigga some ass. And there's nothing wrong with that. White women continue to give niggas ass. Continue to be walking drunk home from festivals and, flirt with niggas and give them ass. Press 1. That'd be a nigga dream, man. You coming home, you walking down the street. Or that's why niggas hang out at certain places, at festivals or hang out in bar districts. Because they looking for drunk white girls, man. They looking for drunk white girls, man. That's why niggas hang out at those places. She took that nigga to the roof. She was gonna let him smash.
The camera's timestamp at the moment the man entered the building was 10:34 p.m. At 11:09, about a half an hour later, the front door security camera would capture the man one more time. He was leaving the building, still carrying the same backpack, though no longer wearing the gray sweatshirt that he had worn earlier. He looked around the street briefly as he made his exit, strolling away into the night. The man from the surveillance video was rapidly identified, in part because Baltimore PD were already actively looking for him in connection to another brutal attack that had taken place just 3 days earlier. 32-year-old Jason Billingsley was hired as a maintenance worker at a building on Edmondson Avenue. On September 19th, Jason used his position to gain entry to the building where a young couple, April Hurley and boyfriend Jonte Gilmore, rented an apartment. Jason reportedly banged on the front door repeatedly, claiming that the kitchen was flooding. When April opened the door, he forced his way in. It was reported that he then bound the couple with duct tape, assaulted April, and slashed her throat before dousing both of them with gasoline and setting the building on fire. The couple miraculously...
Of all of the niggas Pavel LePere could have ran into, she ran into this nigga. You don't feel sorry for her? Of all of the niggas she could have flirted with on the way home from the artscape, she ran into the nigga who had just tied up a couple and fucking raped the girl and slit their throats and doused them gasoline and set the house on fire. She could have ran into any nigga in the whole city. In the entire city. And she ran into this nigga. And when I say woke, they haven't gotten to how woke she is yet. We talking about woke. This woman would probably forgive him. This woman would probably ask that he didn't get any time because she don't want to see another black man, life lost to the criminal justice system. And she would spell criminal with KKK. And this nigga killed her, man. That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up, bro.
The couple with duct tape assaulted April and slashed her throat before dousing both of them with gasoline and setting the building on fire. The couple miraculously survived. April managed to climb out a basement window. She returned with help. The couple suffered second and third degree burns and were both in serious condition when they were.
Continue to sponsor the program and continue to sponsor this program. And we are going hard here. Pavel Lepere. We were wrong about this, man. We thought that, this guy just, tricked her to come into the building. No, she was, she was hot for this guy. Whatever. She how many times you think? Hold on, let me play this.
Taken to the hospital. Linking Jason Billingsley to the crime were items that he had left behind: a knife, handcuffs, duct tape, and a hoodie. He was also known to the couple. By the time he was captured on camera with Pava on the night she died, police were already searching for Jason on an active warrant, though some would later suggest they were not looking nearly hard enough. The manhunt became public only after Jason was also identified as the main suspect in Pavel Lepere's murder. The police commissioner claimed that broadcasting their search made locating him more challenging because now he knew they were coming after him. Nonetheless, after Jason was placed in the building with Pava that night, the public had to be made aware.
This individual will kill and he will rape. He will do anything he can to cause harm. So please be aware of your surroundings. Every single police officer in Baltimore City, the state of Maryland, as well as the U.S. Marshals are looking for you. We will find you.
Jason Billingsley was tracked by the Baltimore PD and traced to a train station in Bowie, Maryland. He had been on his way to his sister's home. A U.S. Marshals task force made the arrest on September 27th, 2 days after Pava was found. He was taken into custody without incident. Jason was read his Miranda rights. He acknowledged these rights, initialed each one, then waived them.
You went in there fully clothed and you came out there partially clothed, right? And we found a white female dead up on the roof. And you're being charged with that murder. Let me ask you this. Were you at 306? That is the address, right? Yeah, 306. 306 West Franklin Street? You're not answering that? Okay.
Detectives wasted little time confronting him with the evidence of Pava's murder.
It's so f***ed up that my own sister set me up, though. He ain't caught that night. That's crazy.
After all that murdering spree, he's blaming his sister for turning him in. As if she was supposed to let his ass come over there with her and her kids and probably kill her or kill one of her kids or do some crazy shit or have a SWAT team show up at her house. He's sitting here whining about his sister turning him in. Niggas are subhuman. Press 1. What about all the people you just killed, nigga?
That's crazy. Let me tell you what's crazy. What's crazy is this young lady was a pillar in the community, going into her apartment, trying to make her life better and the lives better for everybody around her. She fought for Black Lives Matter. She fought for police injustice, right? She fought for all of that. She was an advocate for all of that. And the very thing and the very people she fought for, she died at the hands of this guy right here. She died at the hands of this guy here, the guy that she would advocate for.
You heard that? She died at the hands of a guy she would have advocated for. Listen, man, that make me feel kind of bad. I feel bad because in a city of what, 650,000 people, she's walking home drunk from some fucking white festival. She bumps into some random nigger who just been hanging around, and it's that guy. And then she takes him to her special place, the roof. I guess she was going to feel like, oh, I'm showing him he's a poor, because like woke people kind of look down on black people. So she probably said, he's probably from Baltimore. He's never gotten to see the city from this angle. I'm going to take him up to the roof and let him see the city, let him see a different side of the city. And we're going to, talk about stuff. And I'm going to let him know that, I really understand the black plight. And then maybe we'll, fool around and maybe we could have sex or something. Because think about it, man. She took this. She was comfortable with random black dudes enough to take this nigga to the roof. She was comfortable with random niggas enough to take this nigga. This was not the first time she did it. Press 1. This is not the first time she seen some random black out on the street and took him home. After she texted her boyfriend, who was in St. Louis on a business trip. After she texted her boyfriend, who was in St. Louis on a business trip. This ain't the first time she did this. This wasn't her first rodeo. It was her last rodeo, but it wasn't her first rodeo. It wasn't her last rodeo, but it was her first rodeo. I mean, it wasn't her first rodeo, but it was the last rodeo.
That's crazy. Let me tell you what's crazy. What's crazy is this young lady was a pillar in the community, going into her apartment, trying to make her life better and the lives better for everybody around her. She fought for Black Lives Matter. She fought for police injustice, right? She fought for all of that. She was an advocate for all of that. And the very thing and the very people she fought for, she died at the hands of this guy right here. She died at the hands of this guy here, the guy that she would advocate for. The guy, so that's what's f***ed up. Ecomat technology stands against systemic racism, bigotry, in a police state that criminalizes black bodies.
A criminal, she stood against a criminal system, a police state that criminalizes black bodies. That's what Pava stood against. He was reading from the website. Y'all don't feel just a little bit bad that, like, can you at least say that she's naive? She was naive to a fault, yes. Suicidal empathy, yes. But the fact that she ran into this nigga, like, of all the blacks in the city, she could have ran into anybody. It's probably 200,000 niggas in Baltimore. And she ran into the one who had just raped and tortured a couple in the building where he was a maintenance man, and it set the whole building on fire. She ran into that guy. and took him to the roof. That's a sad thing, man. I ain't even gonna lie, man. That's sad, man. Girls get to be flirtatious and want to have one night stands. I really do. I'm not a slut shamer. I believe that girls, I've taken advantage of that a lot, man. Girls, meet a girl and you take her back in the room and y'all fool around and y'all do some things. I've done that plenty of times. I don't think that's that uncommon. All of the girls, think about all of the girls that you met, went back to her place and fooled around over the years. Like, it's probably in the dozens or some people it's in the hundreds. Some people it's in the dozens. If you're gay, it's in the thousands. You know what I'm saying? Like, the only problem is that she called her boyfriend. Somebody said, who said that she called her boyfriend? She texted her boyfriend so he wouldn't call. She texted her boyfriend before all that shit so he wouldn't call. Reached out like, hey, I'm about to go in the house. I'm going to bed. I'm turning in now. Okay, honey. I'll call you. I'll text you in the morning. That's how they do you.
That's what she promoted. That's what she was about. That's why she trusted and wasn't biased and trusted that you would be an honorable person and let you in the building.
Jason Billingsley reportedly had a rough upbringing, separated from his 5 siblings and placed into foster care at a young age. His problem behaviors developed early. His criminal history dates to 2009. Over just a few years, he had accumulated a laundry list of convictions, from assault to robbery. In 2015, he was sentenced to 14 years in prison following a brutal sexual assault on a young woman he knew personally. Jason was released early in October 2022 after earning good time credits through a program that encourages good behavior. The credits can automatically reduce sentences without the assessment or judgment of a parole board. In Jason's case, a parole board had twice refused to release him. He remained a danger to society. Over roughly an hour, detectives repeated the facts to Jason. They knew he had followed Pava, that she had let him into the building, and that the two had gone to the roof. They also knew.
Look at her looking back. She see him coming. They had already had some interaction on the street. She see him coming, and she moving awfully slow for somebody that would have been scared. Awfully slow. Press 1.
The two had gone to the roof. They also knew that only one of them came back down.
And guess what? We only saw one person come down off that roof. And guess who it was? This guy. And when he came down, this is how he was dressed. But when he went in, he had on a hoodie, backpack, and everything.
The question that got Jason talking was a simple one. What had he said to Pava from the doorway that caused her to let him into the building? It was this interaction that led to her death.
I wanted to talk to you for a minute. I said, why you want to talk to me? That's what I said.
And what did she say?
She opened the door.
So you said, I wanted to talk to you for a minute. But what made you first think that you wanted to talk to her? Where did you see her at first?
Walking up the street.
Did you say anything to her at that point?
No, she had stopped and said something to me. She was jumping a little bit.
Okay.
He said she initiated the interaction. She initiated the interaction. Woo! She stopped and talked to him on the street. Shout out to Random Negro, man. Random Negro say blacks were so egregious in defending Karmelo that even black conservative perspective conceded that it was an IQ issue. Salute the black conservative perspective, man. You believe him? Yeah, I believe him. I believe him. I've had that happen where, you know, a drunk girl be like, hey, everyone's had that. Well, some girl drunk coming home from a club might start, especially if they white, they're going to just be out of control, drunk as hell. White girl wasted and shit, and be talking you up and shit. She don't look like she was white girl wasted, though. The way she was walking, she didn't look white girl wasted. She looked tipsy. But they'll still talk, chat you up. And he's a handsome guy. I mean, like, you can't deny, like, he's a very handsome guy. You can't deny that he has a striking, you know what I mean? He has a striking
14 years in prison following a brutal sexual assault.
He has a striking, you know what I'm saying? What do you call it? A rugged, he's a ruggedly handsome guy, right? Pause. No homo, right? So she probably, and he's tall, he's like 6'2", and he's muscular. You know what I mean? He's built, got muscles and shit, and he's tall, and he's hanging out at the fucking winery fest, whatever the fuck, Artscape. He's hanging out at Artscape. She wouldn't think that this guy would be at Artscape. Press 1. Let's be honest. She doesn't think that this guy would be at Artscape. Let's just be honest about that. Can we be honest about that? She had no way of knowing that this guy would be hanging around Artscape. Some old white weird shit. He said, I'm really checking them out. Yeah, man. I'm just telling you, man. Like, listen, man. I'm a tall, handsome guy, man, with muscles and shit. I know what that shit do, man. Like, women like tall guys, man. With broad shoulders, man. They do. White girls love black ones like that. They do. You got some broad shoulders, some, you know, nice guns, and you tall. Women like that. They do. It is what it is. Like, and then she drunk.
Where did you see her at first?
Walking up the street.
Did you say anything to her at that point?
No, she had stopped and said something to me. She was drunk a little bit.
Okay. And what did she say?
So she was talking like something funny or something. I don't know.
A little joke or something.
Yeah, like a little joke.
Mm-hmm.
She left. I followed. I went and asked her why she don't talk to me for a little bit more. Yeah, she opened the door. We went out to the roof.
What made you all go to the roof?
She brought it up.
What'd she say?
She said, come on, I want to show you something.
Mm-hmm.
And we went.
Okay. And once you...
And that checks out. All the friends said she loved taking people to the roof. Press 1. All the friends, all her coworkers said she loved taking people to the roof. But taking him to the roof was perfect for him. You talking about nobody can help. Like, if she would have sat and talked to him in the foyer, she'd have been all right. If she'd have took him in her apartment, she'd have been fucked. But neighbors could have heard her to scream. Neighbors could have heard her scream. If she took him to the apartment, neighbors could have heard her screams. Neighbors could have heard the banging of him breaking her fucking head open. But she took this nigga to the roof, a restricted roof. So nobody else is gonna go up there because it's a restricted. Like she wasn't supposed to be up there. And she took this random nigga she just met up there. I wonder at any moment was her spidey senses. Don't they say women have intuition? Haven't you heard that? That women have this intuition? She wanted his views on astronomy. She thought he was. She thought she said, "Hey, Neil deGrasse Tyson is black. Maybe this nigga knows something about astronomy too, man." She thought she had her a hood Neil deGrasse Tyson out this motherfucker. Damn. Pava. I want to give Pava some dignity though, man.
How did you get up to the roof? Okay. And once you got up on the roof, what happened?
She was talking for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. What was she talking about?
I don't know.
That nigga said he don't remember. That's real. Like when a bitch is talking, like when you just thinking about getting ass and you sitting there, you don't know what the fuck the bitch talking about. You just thinking about getting the ass. He said he only remember what the fuck that bitch was talking about. Fuck.
Mm-hmm. What were you talking about?
Nothing.
Okay.
Just.
And then what happened?
Just blacked out.
Jason's claims to have blacked out during the attack itself were immediately shut down. He remembered encountering Pava on the street, following her home, speaking with her, and later leaving the rooftop. There was every reason to believe that he knew what he was doing when he killed her. He could not offer an explanation for his actions. Jason claimed to have had no intentions nor motivation. He said only that as he went to the roof, he was battling his own violent thoughts. Ultimately, he gave in to them.
I don't know what we got on the roof. I don't know, it was like something in my head, like just one person saying, don't do it. One person saying, don't do it. Don't do it. You got too much going on. And then like this demon, like, it was just like, it seemed like it was just waiting to just be let out or something like that.
But when you were her, what was your intentions?
I don't know. I don't know. I ain't like thinking about none of that till after. Like I asked myself like why I do it. And I don't know why I do it. Why I did it. I don't know, like my conscience and everything else was saying, just go right downstairs. Just go right downstairs. And then I don't know, it was just something that just had to do it.
Jason admitted to using the bloodied brick found at the scene to strike Pava. He would not provide any further details relating to the nature of the attack. When the conversation turned to his previous attack, the horrific attempted murder, assault, and arson on April and Jonte, Jason admitted nothing.
I'm gonna ask you straight up. I'm gonna look at you.
All right, back to regularly scheduled programming, man. That was the Pava update, man. I know you guys from been with the channel for a long time, man. It's good to have closure on Pava, man. I'm not gonna lie. I was happy to have closure on Pava, man. I was happy to find out that have closure on Pava, man. Because I did about what 10 live streams on that. That case was very it enthralled, it captivated me. Yeah, back to the regular scheduled program.
When they came back with the verdict, he broke down and he cried. Somber. That family nurse not good. That boy's not good. You been in there. I done talked to you before. You been in there. That boy's small. That boy broke down and cried. They done fucked up the rest of this boy's life.
They done fucked up this boy's life. They done fucked up this boy's life. I think this dude was a plant, though. This dude with the American, I think he was a plant. What they call it? Opposition? What they call it? Controlled opposition? I think this guy's controlled opposition. Because who would waste their time going down here with these monkeys in a slam dunk case like this?
The judge as well in this case said it was not a case about race, but you cannot deny that just the facts of the case and what we've seen play out since then and what we're watch happening now is because the defendant is black, the victim is white, and
that black dude is doing everything he can to not beat that white man's ass. This is like capoeira. This nigga's doing ghetto capoeira. All the energy he has in him is violence energy, but instead of he's using that violent energy for something positive, man.
that's the bottom line. But again, this is what I alluded to when I said this.
This nigga twerking on. This nigga's literally dropping it like it's hot on this white man. He letting this white man, he's making them cheeks clap for this white man. Shout out to Osa the Hill. It says, salute. The sentencing probably gonna be light. Nah, they gave him 35 years, bro. Where you been at, man? They gave that boy 35. They gave him a 3-5. They gave him a 3-5, man. What's up, man? You got some weed? You got some gas? Yeah, man. I got some gas. Hey, let me get a 3-5. Sure, you can have a 3-5. I got you. They gave that man a 3-5. Salute to Amazing Disgrace says, I thought Karmelo was going on the run before the jury went to deliberate. We all knew it was a rap out there. Yeah, man. He should have broke out, man.
Has brought out what's bubbling right beneath the surface.
But yo, man, this is, and the fact that
judge as well in this case that it was not a.
This nigga won't feel no shame. 50 years from now, when this nigga see this shit, let's just say 20 years from now, when this nigga see this shit, he got a family or whatever. This nigga probably already got a family. This nigga probably already got a family. He got a bunch of kids and shit. But let's just say 20 years from now, when he, get a little older and more mature, he see this, he not gonna be ashamed. Niggas don't have no shame.
Well, I'm fucking ecstatic they put this little piece of shit behind fucking bars. You know that?
He is freaking worthless turd. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, he was a good schoolboy. Yeah, and he had a 3.9999999999999 GPA. Where? At the school for the stupid? The school for the freaking criminal? The school for the criminally insane? Maybe. That motherfucker can't even speak proper English. Any school that someone like him has a 3.7 whatever GPA is a knock on the school. It ain't freaking something good for him. He's freaking like bright as a box of rocks. I mean, shit. Sharp as a fucking butter knife, as this motherfucker was. You know, anyone that's dumb enough to freaking believe that the white man be keeping you down and they the reason why you have all these problems, and you know what, you should go ahead and kill white man and kill him dead is a fucking idiot. And you get what you fucking deserve. It's about fucking time the white race gotta fucking win. We gotta fucking win. Unfortunately, you know, a kid had to die. God bless the Metcalfs. I feel bad for their people, for the family and the poor boy that got stabbed and all the shit that goes with it. But you know what? You know, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck to say about these people, man. You know, it's unfortunate. The whole situation is unfortunate, obviously. 2 lives are freaking destroyed. 2 families are fucking destroyed. But you know what? This kid would have killed someone else. Look at him. Look how he's acting. He idolizes gangster rap. He idolized the whole lifestyle. He would end up. It was just a ticking time bomb. I feel bad for Austin. He just, unfortunately, was that, you know, wrong place, wrong time. Wrong place, wrong time type.
This is kind of similar to Pava. You just cross paths. You cross paths with a random black dude at a place where you don't think a killer would be. Just like how Pava wouldn't suspect to be at Artscape. You know, she sees some black dude at art hanging around Artscape. She probably thinks that, you know, he's into art. Yeah, I know he's a psychopathic killer that did 7 years for a rape, a brutal rape, and just raped another woman and tried to kill her and her boyfriend 3 days before. She don't know that. She think that, you know, like just like Austin, he's at a track meet. He doesn't think that telling this kid to leave his tent is going to be a death sentence. He's like, yo, he's not expecting that. No one's expecting that. These people are well within reason to not have expected to be slaughtered by the person who killed them. Press 1 or press 2 if you don't agree. Press 1 if you agree with me that Pava and Austin reasonably, because of the place they were at, could have reasonably expected that the black person they were talking to wasn't going to fucking kill them. Like right there. Shout out to T. Damn. You got fucking A, man. Like, I mean, come on, man. You had a track meet, man. You had a track meet, man. If you think that you're racist, TR, that's racist. If you had a track meet and you think, oh, this nigga might kill me, like, you're racist.
Yeah, you racist, hey, but at least you survived, though. At least you survived. At least you get to be with your brother, man.
Shit.
Yeah, you got to be racist to survive in this world.
That's crazy.
Man, you got to be, I'm talking about fully aware. You got to be fully aware that it's a motherfucking jungle. And not only is it a jungle, but like you will be the one prosecuted for it, for defending yourself from these lions and tigers and fucking chimpanzee sons.
Fucking A, man.
Situation, but put this little cocksucker away for 40 years. He deserves 40 years. Look at this shit. All skinny, trying to look all tough. How embarrassing. How feminine this little punk is. How embarrassing that is.
Shit. They gave that boy 35. What do you think about the 35?
I mean, I was shocked by it. I was like you. I was really underselling it. I was thinking 25 max, 10 to 15. I'd be happy with it. And then when I saw 35, and I was listening to early of your show, like how you were saying this is good for Black people, and I swear I'm not going to say that I already agreed, but I had that in the back of my mind because it's not even just this Karmelo case, but there've just been a couple of other things, and just running around in the Chitlin circuit, just really listening to how sons talk and their logic. All I think to myself is, man, I just thank God that we live in a glider country where we got proper laws, because
Yeah, we living around just a sun country, man. Sons would already be doing human sacrifices and all types of shit.
man, I'm trying to tell you, the sons will be like, we're bringing back the guillotine. And then all of a sudden they're going to say, you know what? We're replacing the guillotine with these big giant rocks, these jagged rocks, and we're just going to bash their heads in as
They
a
were
death.
replacing the white man court system with just like fucking tribunal of fucking elders, OGs and shit. Niggas wouldn't keep this court system if niggas had their own little country. Like they say, give us our own state and just let us all live there. All this white man court, what do they call it? Innocent until proven guilty. That don't even make sense to the nigga, man. What do you mean innocent until proven guilty? You mean guilty until you prove yourself innocent, right?
Yeah, I know, but then again, the rest of the world feels that way too, I think.
Yeah, but also niggas wouldn't have like you have the right to a fair trial. No, the fuck
Right.
you don't.
Yeah, I know.
And
They were
if
like,
you,
we
and
all
if you,
saw you, we all witnessed it.
yeah, but if you can't get a lawyer, we'll give you one.
No.
What? You can't pay your own lawyer. We're gonna give you a lawyer. The white man spoiled. The white man, no, niggas would get rid of all that shit. That should be done. You have the right to a speedy trial. Like we can't just keep you locked up for 10 years until you see a judge. Nah, niggas be like, nah, what the fuck?
Exactly. I know. I mean, I would too. I mean, I'd be, a lot of times my wife, she's been following a lot of these. I don't know why, but she really, really was following along that Pooh Shiesty case, and at one point she's like feeling bad for the kid, and as the trial goes on, my wife is talking about that the kids should get the death penalty, and I'm like, dang, what's the sudden change? So, fuck, I can't even remember why I brought this shit up. But anyway,
listen. If you got all these red tape things that bog shit down and take character and judgment to niggas will cut all that out because it's just if we get it wrong, like the white man is big on getting it right. Like they want to make sure nobody goes to jail that shouldn't go to jail, and that they've exhausted every bit of evidence to make sure they absolutely got it right. Niggas would not care if they got it wrong.
Right.
If you didn't commit the shit and niggas convicted you of that shit, tough luck, nigga. Tough luck. Like niggas wouldn't care. Let's see what this bitch got to say though.
Okay, I have something to say regarding the Karmelo Anthony verdict. As Black parents, you have the responsibility to teach your kids white supremacy and how it works. Because I think that as parents, a lot of us just go through life and just do not teach our children that. I am a firm believer of teaching my children how white supremacy works.
Salute to Deluxe 247, aka Cal Ripken, aka the real MVP, coming through once again. Any thoughts, man?
Yeah, whatever you
teaching your kids white supremacy, man.
Man, well, I haven't taught my kids that shit yet. well, not white supremacy, like basic survival skills, right? And it doesn't have to be about race or interactions with, people. I just feel like with all the cases that we've had over the years, Michael Brown, George Floyd, Tamir Rice, yada yada yada. Someone in the black community should look up use of force. Like, why is that concept so foreign to us? We've had multiple case studies about it. I just don't understand. Like, if you care so much about a thing, why not educate yourself in that thing and your
That
children?
won't happen. That won't happen.
Yeah,
And
Yeah,
if it
because
does
here's the
happen,
thing. Here's the thing, though. Mac Knight. Salute to Mac Knight in the building. You sound like you're not too tipsy tonight. But look, black people don't have no insurance. The thing about black people, kids are the most killed by far. Black single mothers, you can't find a black single mother who has insurance policy for her kid. Black people have the most violence in their neighborhood. You can't find a nigga that know how to tie a tourniquet, put compressors on the wound, do CPR. You can't find a nigga that knows any of these things. So just because something is seems like, oh, it affects us more, we should be, have certain skills. It's actually the opposite. The more things affect us, the least we're prepared for them.
I mean, our kids should be masters of tourniquets. Putting pressure on wounds. There's a lot of stuff like I think there was a study that was done like a few years ago. I forgot where it was, but I think like statistically speaking, if you take places like Chicago, Detroit, Memphis, we have actual 13, 14, 15-year-olds who have more actual combat experience than 98% of the United States military.
Oh, definitely, without a doubt. If niggas go on drills, because we fight wars, and this is our first conflict. What? This Iran conflict? This is our first major conflict in what? 30 years?
20 years, yeah.
I mean, think about it. Like, we had little shit throughout the years, but nothing big like this since what? Afghanistan started? What, that was 20 years ago? Afghanistan?
20 something, yeah.
Yeah, 20 years ago. And then it was hot and heavy for some years, but Afghanistan ain't been. So we got generations of motherfucking soldiers that hadn't seen any combat. So yeah, I could definitely believe that. Until
But
now.
that shit don't add up though. Like to think that we're gonna be able to compile data and statistics and then use that to generate a plan
You
forward.
low,
And
bro.
now,
You very low. You gotta get up on your mic.
oh yeah, okay. Yeah, but to think that we're gonna compress all the data and like use it to construct a plan for forward progression. I mean, that's far fetched. It's a good idea though, but I
No,
don't
the
see that
the
happening.
the, the data is the data. It was like a study, man. I did a paper on it. It was about the average in those three cities, Detroit, Memphis, and Chicago.
Yikes.
Yeah, the three cities, right? And those age groups. It was a study about it was well, not combat experience, right, per se. We're talking about people who have weapons, they fire them at people. Based on that study alone, more of our people in that age group have actually put rounds downrange than United States. 98% of the United States military.
Live targets, yeah. Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. I mean, if you live in one of these little communities, man, and you know who's who, and you know what's going on, and you know the different rivalries between the different blocks. Yeah, I mean, it's these little young dudes are active, and when they get caught, they unlike Carmelo, which is I'm sure because of the town Carmelo lived in, it's not a lot of niggas and it's not a lot of gang banging going on there. I'm sure this was probably his first body, right? But a lot of these sons, man, they got multiple bodies, and they'll get caught for the one, but they won't get caught for the other ones. Like they'll say they go down for a body, get a life sentence for a body. There's a bunch of other bodies that they didn't go down for. So it's like these some men are actively out here, active, man, shooting people and killing people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, and that's another thing that I always have to remind myself when this Karmelo thing, because I always think to myself like, man, maybe it was not necessarily an accident, but you just didn't mean for him to die like that. But then I remember, man, your boy he's a Baton Rouge kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Man,
He from the Rouge, then he moves to a upper like not even upper middle class, probably a lower like a high upper class neighborhood, right? They live in an upper class neighborhood, right? So they moved to an upper class neighborhood where he goes to a great school and the kids are nice and the kids are there's a lot of white kids at the school and a lot of Hispanic kids at the school. And even though like Hispanics got a reputation for all this stuff, in America, they're not even close to the murder rate as blacks. Not even close. Because a lot of their families, like all the Hispanic dudes on my block got wife and they go to church on Sunday. You know what I mean? And they work, they have a truck, you know what I mean? They got a pickup truck.
Yeah, I know quite a few like that too.
Yeah, it's even though they got gangsters and gangbangers, don't get me wrong, but they have so many men that go to work every day.
Yeah, they do. I'm talking about that's all they do. That's all they do is work. And then the mom, all they do, all they do is kids, usually have like 5 of them.
Yep, got a bunch of kids, everybody go to church on Sunday. And it don't matter how much cerveza he drinks Saturday night, they go to church on Sunday and they all dressed up and you know what I mean? And it's black, the amount of black dudes that live in that life is pales in comparison, man, to the amount of Spanish dudes that live in that life. But yeah, let's see what the rest of this bitch talking about. Salute to everybody out there, man. Everybody salute. I think we're trying to get 20 people to take the we got 17 now. Trying to get 20 people to take the challenge tonight. Salute to, let's see who's this, Glider Woman. Glider Woman says every pro-black in America found the YouTube streaming button tonight. Yeah, man. Oh, we got Stop Resisting in the building. What's up, Stop Resisting? Long time no see, man.
Yo, what's up?
What's your thoughts, man?
Yeah, this is probably gonna go against the grain here, but free Karmelo, man. He was defending himself.
Go ahead, man. Tell us how, man. Tell us how he was defending himself, man.
Well, look, it wasn't illegal to sit under that fence.
It wasn't illegal to sit on that fence?
Under that tent.
Okay.
And he could have the white boy, the corn-fed white boy, the bully.
Mm-hmm.
The bully could have gotten an adult to remove him, and he attacked him, and he just defended himself.
So, do you think that, like, do you think that if they would have gotten an adult, do you think that Karmelo would have moved for an adult?
Oh yeah, easy. Yeah, I don't see why he wouldn't. He just didn't want no other kid trying to tell him what to do. He was just trying to protect himself from the rain. That's all.
Do you think that the rain didn't come up in the trial either? That was crazy. So that must not have been a factor because that never came up. Nobody talked about the rain. But anyway, because I heard a lot about that too before, but it didn't. But check this out. Would you have reacted the same way? Would you have responded the same way?
No, I would have left.
Okay.
But you have to understand, we have to have a different standard for black males. They get to do what they want. We just have to.
And that is true. That is true.
I ain't gonna lie. I was listening. I was ready to get in your ass, but thank you. You're trolling.
Nah, yeah. We're talking about stock resistant. Ain't no way.
I'm just stirring the pot.
Yeah, I wanted to see the bit through. I wanted to see it through. I wanted to see how far it could go.
Yeah, I mean, listen. If you do take that route, though, if you do take the black route that like he was defending himself, the question I asked is probably something that I don't see a lot of people ask. Okay, would you have done that? Would you have stabbed him in the heart? That's the question. That's the obvious question that no one asks you. Would you? Okay, so you was right for stabbing the kid in the heart. Would you have? So that means you would have stabbed him in the heart, too, right? Nah,
I mean,
I don't know. I don't know. I know a lot of sons that would say, "Shoot, you shouldn't have touched me."
No. Two things can be true at the same time, right? Austin absolutely should not have touched him. Okay, where Anthony was allowed to be, whether the knife was legal, yada yada yada. Somebody suspended. What color socks they're wearing? That's all white noise. Okay. The point is, yes. When are you allowed to use deadly force? All right. If someone pushes me, can I shoot them in the fucking face? Now, morally speaking, yes, I think I should. Leave me the fuck alone, or you're gonna die. But I understand how the law works.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't understand this whole like he shouldn't have touched him. Like this whole like don't put your hands on him. You can't even like.
He should not. He should not have touched him. That's assault. Real assault. Like dead ass. That is assault. That is assault. He should not have put his hands on him. I agree with that 1,000%. But unfortunately, when it comes to deadly force, there are two big words that a lot of niggas don't understand. The first one is reasonable, and the second one is proportionate. Okay, if someone puts their hands on you, that's an assault.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be wouldn't that go under assault too? Like, is it a reasonable touch? You mean I can't just tap you on the shoulder and that's considered assault now?
I mean, technically, hey, bro,
like that's a crime.
Technically, any unwanted touch. So assault is different than assault and battery. All right, we're essentially talking about assault and battery, right? Battery is like the physical unwanted touch. So yeah, there's a lot of things to get into weeds on. When we're talking about deadly force, though, it's an actual physical threat. Someone's attacking you. I think we all know what that is, right?
Let me say this, right? As far as like, what do you think some people would have been the effect in the community, the cascading reverberations if the judge would have said, yeah, I mean, you shouldn't have touched you, not guilty, or not, the jury would have been like, yeah, you shouldn't have touched you. You had every right to stab him in the chest if he touches you. Not guilty. What would they have told the black community?
Nothing would change in the black community because black people put their hands on more people and push people, and black people put their hands on more people than anyone else. It would honestly be worse for the black community than anyone else.
But they would be so, man, their confidence, their arrogance would be just off the charts. Boy.
I mean, essentially, there's a lot of racial stuff going on in both these cases. I said something a few days ago to a buddy of mine. I'm like, at the elements of the situation, this is no different than the Chud the Builder situation. Okay, what I'm saying is someone was provoked, someone was physically assaulted, someone used deadly force. At the base level, it's the same fucking case. So if you think Karmelo is guilty, then you should think Chud is guilty. If you think Karmelo is innocent,
Chud is guilty, but Chud is guilty. Chud can't. He's on camera. Like Chud's worse because Chud's on camera. We didn't have no camera of this. This was all witness testimony. Chud's on camera going around fucking with people prior to the instant.
Fair enough. We agree.
You can't grab a camera, go up and fuck with people. I can't go to a Jewish guy and be like, "Hey, you fucking kike," and then
sure I can. Yes, I can.
Yeah, but then he says, and then he gets mad and I shoot him. You can't do that.
Depend. again, like I
Nah,
said,
you can't do that.
either they're both guilty or they're both innocent because it's the same
No, they're
case.
separate cases. They don't. I don't agree with that because the different cases, different jurisdictions, different parameters, different variables. But I do think that Chud is guilty. I mean, even if Chud was, let's just say Chud was like going up to guys with their girlfriend and saying, "God damn, that ass look fat." What? Nothing. Oh, man, what you get mad for, man? All I said was that your girl pussy print look like a goddamn camel toe.
Okay, is that illegal?
And then somebody pushes him and he shoots him.
Is that illegal, sir?
That's illegal. Yes, that's illegal. Fuck
It's
yeah,
illegal
that's
for
illegal.
me to say your girlfriend looks attractive.
It's illegal for you to come up and antagonize me, and then I react and you fucking shoot me. Fuck yeah, it's illegal. You're gonna find that out. You're gonna find that out.
Antagonizing niggas is not hard, bro. I can look at a nigga antagonize a nigga.
That's different. I'm talking about like what Chud was doing. Chud was he was doing more than
All right,
that.
bro.
He was doing
All
more
right, bro. You got it.
He was doing more than looking at people. Like Chud wasn't just looking. If Chud was looking at people, it would have been fine. Chud's guilty.
All right, bro. You got. I'm just saying, like constitutionally, he has the right, just like you have the right, to call people niggas. And I can't.
Got you.
No one can come through the internet
But
and hurt
then you
you for
can't
using
get
the hard
mad.
ER.
But here's the thing: you can't shoot me if I push you.
I agree with that.
Because you called me you have your camera, you're calling me a nigger, and you're looking into the camera and you're talking, and you're saying, "Yeah, look at this nigga right here, this nigga right here." I mean, like, listen, he's cooked, Chud's cooked. We already got fucking Karmelo was already fucking burnt.
We're not arguing, bro. That's the thing I said. We're not arguing. I agree. They're both cooked.
Yeah,
and they both should be cooked for the same exact reasons.
Yeah, but they don't. They not dependent. You said if one's guilty, the other's guilty. That's not why Chud is guilty. Chud ain't guilty because Karmelo guilty. Chud guilty because Chud's guilty. Chud did his own shit. Karmelo did a different thing. These are different.
Yes,
different
literally. Yes, I understand that, right? It's different.
But here's the thing, though. Hold on. Here's the thing, though. Chud gets off. That's gonna be like we're not gonna get no protest with Karmelo, but if Chud gets off, I think there might be unrest. What do you think about that?
He's not getting off. He's cooked. He's cooked.
Yeah,
They're both cooked.
If he does, if
he skates, man, I don't know. I think a well-deserved riot is the only thing that's gonna clear the tension.
Well, the National Guard's already in Memphis. They've been there for fucking months. So
he's in Nashville, though.
Right, which is not far from.
Yes, it is.
Memphis.
It's far from Memphis. It's on the other side of the state. I was in Nashville a few years ago. It's a good 3 hours from Memphis. Good 3-something hours, if not more.
Okay, all right.
It's like Pittsburgh and Philly. It's like saying Pittsburgh and Philly are no, they're in a different world. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like Oakland and LA. You know what I mean?
So you think they're gonna burn shit down in Memphis if Chud gets off? Which I don't think he will, and he should not. He's a fucking moron.
No, not in Memphis. And that I think nationwide it could be a problem.
Yeah.
Really? You think it's a nationwide issue?
Yeah,
No,
because Karmelo got his boots smoked. Because like you said earlier, you were right about that. If one's guilty, the other. But that's a nigga logic. That's not reality. If one's guilty, the other's guilty. But niggas gonna think that. Yeah. Niggas gonna think if Chud gets off, they gonna be like, but Karmelo didn't get off, and they're gonna fuck act stupid.
I mean, nothing's on fire because Chow got off.
Yeah,
Didn't they fuck up his store?
Yeah,
They did. The store that was sold, that was already sold out in Chow's day.
Yeah, and plus they don't want no smoke with y'all. Niggas know he shot a couple niggas. I think he shot like 3 or 4 niggas.
Yeah,
bro.
that's not his first time, bro. Like, leave that nigga alone.
Yeah, niggas know. But as far as the child thing, I didn't hear about that till late. I think it didn't have the early energy that these two cases have had.
And
Yeah.
no one was following the case, bro.
Yeah,
I heard
nobody
about
was
it from you.
following it. Yeah.
I heard about it from you when it was already over, basically.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Same here. Yeah.
Salute to Lux Life. Lux Life says, thanks, Ock. Shout out to you, Lux Life, man. Falcon 1999 said the super sticker. Shout out to Falcon 1999. Salute to you, bro.
I do think
This
he
is
got off. I do think he got off light though.
who,
I mean,
Carmelo?
it was
Carmelo?
yeah because uh, I mean, as much as they say that oh it's racist and all this shit, the all white jury or whatever, and it really wasn't all white, but they could have given him a lot more time. It was like what 5 to 99, and they gave him only 35 and 17, and
Not
he
in
was eligible
America.
for
They couldn't
parole.
have given
Yeah,
him much more
no.
time in America. Nah. That's a
He would,
lot. That's real
yeah,
heavy, actually.
yeah, yeah. I said 20 the
I
other
mean,
day.
for taking a
I said
life,
he won't do
like
I said he won't get no more than a dub the other day.
Yeah, a young black man with no criminal history, and it's a national case. Like 35 is pretty hefty.
Yeah, definitely.
well,
And
I mean, it's almost like you guys are looking at it like as a political sentence. I'm talking about a moral. Like he should be. eh, They should have. The jury should have just been like just as savage as that crime was, cold-blooded, heartless as that crime was. I mean,
Nah,
don't you guys
maybe
think he
I'm really
deserves a lot
surprised
maybe
he
in
more?
got
1920, maybe.
I'm really
Yeah.
surprised he got that much though, because at the last minute they started talking about manslaughter or some bullshit.
yeah, they tried to,
Yeah.
but they struck that down. They also tried to do sudden emotion, some kind of thing that
Passion.
says, yeah,
Passion.
yeah, sudden passion. That if you commit a crime with sudden passion, it's 2 to 20 years. They tried that, and the
Okay.
jury was like, "Nah, this
Osa,
ain't no sudden passion."
Osa, or Ak, if you guys were king, right? How much would you guys? How much would you give him? How much do you think he deserves? I think he deserves execution.
I mean, yeah, that's all fine. I mean, in the world of Ak Nation and stuff like that, we can all agree to whatever, 50 or 75 stoning and da da da. But like the reality is, in a jury of 12 random Americans, you're not gonna like 35 is a lot.
Yeah, especially for a
Honestly, I thought
sentence.
I said 15 was reasonable for the totality of the circumstances. He's not your typical YN, like Ak already talked about. He's not your typical YN. I think he's just really fucking stupid. He's got to pay the price. I said 15. I was really surprised by 35.
Yeah, I'm shocked. 25 would have been out. I'd have been like, oh, damn, all right.
When he
Well, had
heard
he
that
been
35, he like his whole soul left his body. I bet.
yeah,
Because he's thinking what this activists are telling him, and that national action, whatever guy was telling him, and all the other activists and black lawyers, that's multi-lawyers that's hanging around, they're all telling him that,
Dominique
yeah,
Alexander.
exactly.
Yeah.
The white boy touched you and da da da, and he shouldn't have touched you, and you got self-defense.
Self-defense. Yeah.
He thought, I think they truly were shocked by that. And then I think when he got found guilty, he was like, all right, there's no way they're gonna smoke my boots. And they did both. They found him guilty and they torched his boots. So it's like he's in a state of shock. That family had $690,000 and they didn't spend it on a lawyer. They bought DoorDash and clothes and food and houses and shit and cars. If they had been legitimately, now you can say, well, they niggas, so niggas is dumb anyway, but had they been legitimately concerned about the gravity of this, you get one of them guys with that $690,000.
Well, hang on, man. I mean, so they went through 3 lawyers, right? I think one of them quit because of the press conference with Dominique Alexander. The second one quit. We don't know why the third one got on board, right? So yeah, they spent the $600,000 on something. But I mean,
Not
if
on
I'm them,
lawyers. They didn't have one of them guys.
if I'm them, why would I waste my money? it's an indefensible case. You could dig Johnny Cochran up. He could not defend this case.
They don't know that though. They're not thinking like that. They're thinking like, yo, everybody's on our side. The court of public opinion is on our side.
Right.
Yeah.
They're not thinking about like, the actual case. These are still black folk. Even though they got good jobs, they got a big house. And look, when they surrounded themselves with that guy, like you just said, that Dominique Alexander guy, that was a huge red flag for the family. Like it just showed how unserious they were. You know what I mean? You don't get in bed with that guy.
Well, I really haven't heard much from white liberals on this one. I think they kind of, stepped back from it because Dominique Alexander, he's got, a long ass rap sheet, violence against women and children. So there's that. But it kind of feels like the white liberal community kind of stepped back from this one.
Yeah,
That's true.
I
That's
haven't
true. Because
seen him.
I didn't see it during these when those people were outside of the
Yeah.
courthouse. Like I did not see white liberals.
I've seen a lot of
those.
Jew. I've seen a lot of Juice Crew sitting here stoking the flames, but that's about it.
These memes are crazy. Yeah, but he's in there. Like, here's the thing, and it's why it's so much of a shock to him, right? So after he killed the kid, right? Like after he actually did it, we're removed a year from it. There's some distance from it. There's a different emotions now going through him and through the family. The day he did it, right, and he was arrested, that week the judge lowered his bond and he was able to bond out, remember? So he's been on the street all this time. It ain't like some nigga who's in the joint, find out he got 35 years and he just go back, they just take him to the back. Now this nigga, he's going, when they cuffed him after this date, this was his first time going to prison. He had just been arrested the last time and got out. He been home eating fucking Hot Pockets at 1 o'clock in the morning. He been home jacking off the X videos and shit. He been home dropping turds in the motherfucking toilet. You know what I'm saying? And not flushing the toilet. You know?
Getting a pizza whenever he wants, getting fast food whenever he wants.
Yeah, he going to Checkers at fucking, 12 o'clock at midnight and shit. He been home hollering at bitches, having bitches come over.
Right. Who think he's a hero?
Yeah, he been home all this time, living a great life with all that money. Because remember, they didn't spend that money on what they're supposed to spend it on. They've been balling. He been home balling. You know what I mean? And now going to prison.
It's his fucking mother. 100%. It's his fucking mother. She's the person who probably decided on Dominique Alexander. She's the person who probably decided not to take a plea deal. That's probably why the first 2 lawyers quit. Yeah, it's on her, in my opinion.
So this kid actually grew up in a very nice family. I saw some videos of him. He's just acting like a normal kid, happy, having fun. What do you think the odds of him are? Him having to walk around holding somebody's back pocket in prison?
I think it's gonna be depend on the politics, right? So he's going to Texas State Penitentiary, right? That there's politics down there that say whites with whites, blacks with blacks, and da 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 da. He got a high profile case for killing a white dude. Will the whites press the blacks to be like, yo, you gotta let us have him, or it's gonna be a problem in here because people just want to do their time, even though everybody's hard and shit. The groups want to do their time. Will you? If you gotta let us have him, or you gotta run him off the yard, or you gotta, isolate him, or we gonna attack, or it's beef.
Yeah, no one's going to war. No one's going to war over him.
Yeah, he's not affiliated like that, right? But the Muslims, what if you join the Muslims, right? I think the Muslims will go to war for him.
Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, what can he provide the Muslims though? I mean, he's I think they've been talking about what he's 135, and granted, yeah, if you want to get down
No,
with
he's
Islam, that's
6'1".
fine.
He's 6'1". We just saw the video. We saw the picture of him at the recruited combine. He's 6'1". Did you just see the picture? I just showed that 5'8" shit was just nigga babble. That shit they was talking about was just nigga babble. That nigga 6'1".
I don't see anybody going to war over him though. Like
But
not off of this stuff because
It's
they don't
political
really
though.
respect that. They don't really respect that shit in the joint. I mean, someone try to fight you, you stab a motherfucker. Like you don't get no fucking points for that.
why not? Why not? Why
Isn't that
not?
how it
Nigga,
works
he's
in
a
jail?
killer. He's a killer.
Yeah.
He's a killer.
Plenty of killers in there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, he's one too.
And he's a
Is
national.
he though? I mean, like, is he a killer or is he a killer? Let's be
Yes,
honest.
he's that. No, he. They said that wound was unsurvivable. They said it was like once he stabbed him right there. They say there's nothing. He died before the paramedics came, but the doctor said there was nothing they would have been able to do. He was dead.
Right.
Like it was a kill shot. You got niggas in the joint who done shot in the crowd and hit little kids and shit, and killed little kids by accident and shit, or killed people with stray bullets and shit. You know what I mean?
Are they
Like,
respected though? Are they respected?
yeah, they killers. They got
They're
a
not
body.
every killer in prison is not respected, dog. Stop playing, bro.
Yeah, why not? Like you gotta you think about all this fucking morals and shit. All the niggas morals is out the window. Morals is from another age.
I'm not talking about morals, man. I'm just saying, like,
You know,
yes,
prison morals. You talking about prison morals? Like, yo,
yes, sir.
like, yeah, this
Every
dude,
killer in prison is not respected, sir. You don't get
unless
no
you
points
killed
for
the kid, like, unless you killed a kid on some like rape or sex shit, molestation shit. If you killed a kid on a stray bullet, you was shooting at some ops, and you actually killed the kid. Niggas ain't gonna be look at you down you on about that.
No, I'm not saying they're gonna down him. What I'm saying is like he's not gonna get any respect, right? I'm not saying they're gonna down him because of the case. I'm just saying he's not gonna get any respect for this particular situation. All right. I mean,
I
it
don't
is what it
understand
is.
that.
Like, no,
I,
it is what it
Yeah,
is. There are killers.
he's not like a hardened YN that was in the gang culture that was like doing multiple drive-bys and now he's locked up in
Exactly.
like that
He's
type of
not out
respect.
there putting in work,
Yeah.
bro. Thank you.
Yo, but yeah, that's like regular, maybe under normal logic, but this is Sun people logic. This is a black versus white issue, and he killed a white boy, and they sent him to jail. I don't know if you saw the earlier videos. They talking about this is a public lynching or a whatever organized lynch. That's how they gonna look at it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what y'all talking about. Like he's gonna get at least a little bit of respect, and some brothers are gonna feel like they're gonna have to defend his honor. Like I think that's a very plausible situation.
Will they go to war for him? Because that's what that's gonna mean. You got the AB down there. You got. I mean, it's really gonna be AB versus the blacks, right? And let's be honest here. Who's more organized in prison, AB or blacks?
Well, I don't know.
AB.
Yeah.
Everything's more. You gotta understand. Everybody's more organized than black
Right.
people. Like the blacks are tough. I'm not gonna take nothing away from blacks being tough and shit, but when it comes to anything, organization, anything, like if a bunch of the Filipino car is more organized, the fucking, you know what I mean? Every that's why the Muslims have such a rank because they actually have organization, because
Right.
a structure, a very tight structure, discipline too. You know what I mean? There's certain things you can't do, like you can't do things and be with them. Salute, and you got to do certain things like pray and not eat pork. There's requirements. A lot of those gangs, like the Bloods and Crips, the requirements is like don't be a faggot and don't snitch and shit like that. But you know what I mean. Other than that, you do what the fuck you want to do. You know what I mean. You eat what you want.
Yeah. Also, like, okay. I mean, I really don't want to speak too much on this because this is so foreign to me. This prison culture and all this type of shit. I'm just like a Patel. But question, like once he does get into the prison system, and then you're saying like, well, the brothers want to go to war for him and stuff. If he joins that inner gang or whatever, I mean, wouldn't it be like, hey man, you're here, you got to go to war for us now. Like, you got to shank this guy tomorrow.
Yes,
Like, you know,
yes,
like
that's the
you know
thing.
what I'm
It's
saying?
like prison
Yeah.
politics differ by the hemisphere, right? You got East Coast, West Coast. Texas kind of falls under West Coast. So on the East Coast, you can kind of be a neutron, you know, whoever, whatever,
Mhm.
whatever. But on the West Coast, it's very racially political, right? If you're black, guess what? You're gonna program. You're gonna be in the black gang. Um, you don't have to like do much. Basically, like if you see a black guy getting attacked by somebody of another race, you got to jump in. If you don't jump in, it's a problem. Okay, so Texas falls under that. So the issue here we have with Carmelo is, let's be honest, he doesn't really bring nothing to the table. He's not a YN. He's not here slapping shit. He's not putting in work. He's just some dumb kid who made a stupid mistake that he's got to pay for. So the problem here is he doesn't bring anything to the table. Okay, no
Well,
one's gonna
he
no one's
does
gonna
that.
take you under their wing, go to
They
war for
would.
you.
Wayne, he takes
No one's gonna
he's
take
Wayne.
no one's gonna
Clout,
go to war for
clout.
you if you're not gonna go to war for them. That's all I'm
What
saying.
about
Yeah,
clout?
but he's also, you got to think about it though. He's also more moldable than a lot of YNs. He's probably a little bit more intelligent. They can mold him. I mean, he's going to have to put in work. I agree with what you're saying. He probably is going to have to do something, but he's not going to have to do it the first day he gets in jail. He's moldable. You know, he's vulnerable. So they're going to be able to mold him. He can actually be a valuable soldier at some point. Not today, but he's got 35 years to get it together, and I think he could be more valuable than not.
Absolutely. But do you think that's how it's gonna go? You think they're thinking that far ahead? Come on now.
Yeah, no, I mean, but that's the more likely. Yeah, as soon as they get in there, they're going to want to figure out how they can use him. They're going to know. They already know. They know he's not no real killer. They know everything that you know. So he's not a really real killer. They're not going to put him to that expectation. But if he's moldable, if he's intelligent, if he can follow rules and be disciplined, I mean, he would be kind of valuable. They need intelligent Negroes. It's a bunch of dumb niggas out there. The nation
Bro,
is
you're preaching to the choir, bro. If Negroes were intelligent, we were talking about organization, right? Discipline. You're using these words like that means something to these Negroes.
to the black Muslims. It does.
So is he gonna get with the Muslims or
That's the premise we were talking about. That's what we started with.
hey, more power to him? I don't think he's disciplined enough for that, but we'll see.
Yeah, he will be when he gets in jail. Like, yeah. I mean, he may not be, but he's not. He's not one of these crazy YNs. So he doesn't. He wouldn't appeal to any other groups. I think if we were talking about the Muslims, he would appeal most to that group. I think personally. I don't.
Muslims don't. Okay, all right. Here's the thing, though. Muslims don't take anybody, and everybody, man. It's a
He's not.
discipline
That the
thing.
point is, he's not anybody and every. That's literally the point. He's not anybody and everybody. He's not. He's not one of those random street killers that just be killing shit. He's not. He's got a 3.7 GPA coming out of high school. Whatever. Even if he doesn't, he's got something. So he's not a crash out. So he's not.
He literally crashed the fuck out. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I mean,
He is the crash out.
No, he had one incident. There's a difference. Crash out is like a series of a bunch of incidents. That's what I meant by that. I mean, yeah,
You only got to crash out one time, sir. You only got to crash out one time.
All right, yeah. I mean, according to some people, but I meant that in a broad sense of the word. Like there is such a thing.
How many, sir? How many times do I have to crash out to be called a crash out, sir?
In the black community, it has to be multiple
I'm not
times.
asking the black community. I'm asking you. How many times?
I'm black, so you're asking me, and I'm talking about in the black because I said it right. So in a crash out in the black community is someone who has a pattern of crashing out. That's what a crash out is. It has a pattern. It's not somebody who just crashed out once, who had a bad day. I've never heard anyone be called a crash out who they just had a bad day. They'll say he crashed out in the moment, yes, but a crash out is a label for somebody who has a pattern of crashing out. So that's how I'm using it. And I know when you hear it, you're just like, yeah, he had one bad incident. He's a crash out. We don't use it like that in the Black community. So he's not really a crash out.
Who's we? I mean, we're both black. Are you the Black King? Like,
No, but you don't. You're asking me you don't know how the word crash out. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Someone else could say, I don't know how else other people use a crash out. When you call someone a crash out, it's usually someone who has a history of doing, like having a history of that type of pattern of behavior. It's not one time and then you're just, oh, he's a crash out. That I've never heard it like that. Maybe you have.
Karmelo?
Yeah. If he has a history of that, then that would make him a crash out. But if we're just talking about this is just this one incident that we know of, that doesn't really make him a crash out like the other dudes that are in jail.
So I'd like to say this right now. Look, I don't think this is not the crime of the century. Okay. He's not a YN. He's not the typical people we talk about on this page. Like Ox said, he's a lame. All right. Honestly, like I said before, based on the crime, the totality of the circumstances, I said give the kid 15 years. They gave him 35. He'll serve 17.5, whatever. I'm not out here saying I want this kid to get raped or hurt or whatever, man. I think he's just stupid as fuck. I think his mother's stupid as fuck. Mostly the mother, because they definitely should have took a plea deal. I'm just saying that I'm not wishing this guy any ill on the inside, but I don't envy him at all. And a lot of people on the other side, are laughing, saying Austin's dead and where's Austin sleeping tonight, as if doing 17 and a half years in the Texas State Penitentiary is a cakewalk. The whole thing's a tragedy, right? But we're
I think I think he was just a wannabe tough guy, a wannabe YN, and something only thing special about him is from a wannabe is he actually like went through with it, stupidly went through with it, and now like he's like now coming to the realization like, oh shit, like I'm not really that type of guy, but I have to not deal with this type of shit. My question is, how long do you guys think this guy is going to go from surviving in prison to thriving in prison? Like, when is that going to change him, like harden him? Or is he going to most likely be a bitch for a long time to some dude?
I honestly don't. I honestly hope that doesn't happen to him, man. Like,
Yeah,
I just don't. I don't see. I understand what you're saying, bro. I get that, right? 2.7 GPA, all that bullshit, whatever. But you gotta understand prison politics, right? Like, you either eat or you're food. And I don't really know how to explain that any better than that. There are certain programs out there. They're looking for hitters, man. They're not looking. They don't look at potential like we look at potential, right? You're thinking it from it. You're thinking at it from someone who's never been incarcerated, right? Everything has value inside. Okay, if you're big, you're strong. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, maybe you can, fucking be the law library guy or some shit. I don't know. I'm just saying, like hustlers and all that, people who could draw tattoos. When he gets in there, he has no friends. He's not affiliated. He's not a YN. He's not slapping shit out here. So the question is, do I want to, if someone else wants to get at him, if another car wants to get at him, and you're in there, am I willing to go to fucking war for this kid? And I don't see anyone willing to do that. All right, Ox out. Any rebuttals?
Ox is going to war with staying awake.
That's fine. It's fine. No, let's talk about it, though. I mean, I don't want anything to happen to this kid.
I don't know anything about jail. I've never been to jail and stuff, so I can't really speak on what it's like on the inside.
Oh man!
I mean, I thought once you go to jail and whatever, like if you're black, you got to join the black.
Hang on. We're talking about prison, not jail.
Yeah, prison. Yeah, that's what I meant. I've never been to prison.
So, right. So, I mean, from my understanding, is once you go to prison, whatever, like if you're black, you better just somehow get into the black gang. If you're Hispanic, you better get into that. If you're a Patel, you're fucked.
Yeah, I think so.
You
I
know,
don't think that Carmelo will have a hard time in prison. I honestly don't. I think people are going to look at him and they're going to be like, "Oh, we got you," and I don't know. I think
Well,
Yeah, I
he'll be
mean,
fine.
hang on, let's back up. Someone said they don't know a lot about prison, right? I've been following Ock for years, but I went down a whole rabbit hole of prison YouTube channels. Like I don't know why. Shit's really fucking amazing.
Okay.
Like I'm not gonna plug anybody. I'm just saying I follow those channels like I follow Ock, right? So it's really hemispherical, right? It's like cut in half, you know.
Okay.
East Coast kind of like free for all until you get down to like Florida, Georgia area. West Coast super fucking political. So there are some places where there's a lot of misconceptions about prison, right? You got to walk in there and punch the biggest guy you see. Don't drop the soap, yada yada yada. For the most part, depending on where you are, I mean, if you're about that life, you're about that life. You're gonna have to stand up for yourself. Period. All right. You're gonna get in a fight. Fine. You might not get stabbed, whatever. But the whole point is, affiliation wise, it's mostly a West Coast thing, right? You got to be affiliated on the West Coast. Yeah, if you're black, you got a program, Aryan Brotherhood, MS-13, fucking, yeah. It's a whole thing. What I'm saying is that it depends on where you are, what you got to do. And yes, the Aryan Brotherhood and the Muslims, they're a big part of the prison system. Um, but you still have to bring something to the table, right? Prison, guess what? There are a lot of bad people in prison. They're not fucking super compassionate. Like, hey, let me help you out, bro, for whatever reason. I don't want anything to happen to this kid. I'm just saying I don't think he brings anything to the table.
how come you're not considering like the social currency of a nationally televised case? Like if this wasn't nationally televised, everything you're saying would reign true. But the fact that we all know his name, you don't think that adds anything to his value? Social currency in any black community.
Okay, let's talk about that. Social currency, big names in prison. If I'm not mistaken, goddamn, someone threw bullshit at Bill Cosby. Someone tell me if I'm wrong. When Bill Cosby went to prison, he got fucking attacked. Bill Cosby, America's dad. No one
Because the
cares.
because
No one
his charges
cares.
were I don't know if it was because his charges were rape.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of rapists in prison. I'm just saying, like, okay, all right. So, all right. Last time I looked, Texas penal system was like 40, let's say 50-50, black and white, right? But we've already talked about it. The white gangs are more organized, right? You hit one of us, you got to hit every one of us. I'm not saying someone's not going to slide him some commissary or some soap or something. I'm just saying, in a political system where if I'm black and you're white and I hit you, you hit me, we're going to war. People are getting stabbed. People are getting taken off the compound. People are getting taken off the compound. People who are going home who have to fight because we're in a political prison system. They have to fight. They have no choice, or they'll get killed. I'm fucking up their going home time. It's very, very delicate situation.
Wait,
So
wait.
what?
All right, hold on. So you're saying this being a nationally televised case is not going to add any value to him because you're saying he has no value, right?
Oh
So
no, 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 no. He has a lot of value. That's the
now
problem.
you're
He's got a lot.
see it. So now
He's
you're
got a
talking out
lot
of
of
both sides
value.
of your mouth. Which
No,
one
no,
is it?
no. Huh?
He has value or no value. You've been saying he has no value all this time, but now you're saying he has value. So I'm just trying to keep up with you.
Yes, sir. I apologize.
All right,
Let me explain myself. He
all
does
right,
have value.
okay.
He has a fucking target on his back for anyone in the AB who wants to make a name for themselves in the Texas State Penitentiary. He does have value. Okay, someone who wants to make a name for themselves. Anybody doesn't have to be the goddamn grand dragon of the Ku Klux Klan. It could be some little skinny motherfucking rotten teeth meth head who
Dang.
puts a knife in him, and he's got value now. But
Do you think?
he does
Do you
not
think
have
that's
value
his only
to.
value?
Hang on, can I finish?
Oh, sorry, my
Can
bad.
I finish? He has value to be attacked. He does not have value to be defended.
Oh, okay, right. And then so there's no black people who want to defend him from the AB that they're beefing with.
Yes, there are, but you don't understand prison politics
No,
because,
I don't.
like,
I'm that's why you're telling us.
yes, I'm sure there are a lot of black people who would want to protect him. That's fine. Look,
So then you've just collapsed your whole entire argument.
well, I haven't finished my argument yet.
I know, but you finished it by saying that there are black people who want to protect him. Like now you're saying that, yeah, he does have value to black people.
I have not finished my argument.
Okay, keep going.
All right. There are black people who want to defend him, but there are not enough black people who are going to defend him. I say again, there are black people who want to defend him, but there are not a lot of black people who are going to defend him and risk a prison war for him. Do I need to say that again? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but if he's valuable to the AB, forget him. Is there a rivalry between the AB and any other groups?
Absolutely.
Always a
Absolutely.
rivalry.
Fucking
There's
AB.
always a rivalry.
Okay, all right. Okay, so then
No,
if,
hey, ox up. Go
okay,
ahead,
so then if there is a rivalry and he suddenly becomes a target for the AB, wouldn't the opposition want to step in? Just off GP, not even just off GP. If what you're saying is true.
He's not affiliated. He's not valuable.
But he would, but you can't be affiliated in prison. Now, I'm sure he can't join the blood. He probably don't be a blood or crip, but he can join. He can join affiliation. He's from Texas. He could be in a Texas car. They could just have a Texas car there. I mean, I'm sure it's not the feds, so they probably don't have cars like that. That's usually in the feds, but they probably have they have stuff like. Think about it, right? He's in there. He's in there for 35 years. He's the hot black victim of white supremacy. You know what I mean? Them niggas in jail gonna look at all that shit and see see him as some kind of victim. Now they're gonna be like, all right, you know what I'm saying? You in here, blah blah blah. He gonna hang with who he hang with. He gonna be down with who he down with, and then he'll get into whatever he gets in. If he feels like, okay, I gotta join an organization, he'll join the organization. They'll gladly take him. He's famous. He's somebody who has resources. He has resources. He has things that they just got all that money on the GoFundMe. People know that.
Mac Knight think he's useless.
No,
first of all, that money's gone. Let's be honest.
You know how many dope fiends get locked up, get cleaned up because they in jail and become very influential people in the prison system because they clean now. Then they go back out and be a junkie on the street. It's like I don't see him being like somebody that has trouble with the blacks right off the bat. Unless he does something like, owe somebody some money. But I do see him as being somebody that the whites are probably not gonna like. But what if the whites can't do it? What if the whites are outnumbered at this prison? Or what if it's not worth it? What if it's not worth it to cause a bunch of problems over this guy? Or what if you know what I mean? Like it's a lot of positives. We're gonna see. Here's the thing though. We're gonna see right away because he's in there. Like he's in there now. And nowadays, just like with Tory Lanez, remember Tory Lanez got stabbed up? We found out about it. We're gonna find out if Karmelo Anthony gets stabbed in prison or something happens to him in prison, streets gonna talk. We're gonna know. I
don't want anything to happen to this kid, bro. I just don't think he's about that life.
Yeah, we're gonna know. We're gonna find out. We're gonna definitely find out if anything happens to him, man. let me read these super chats. Salute to Deluxe 247, aka Calrican, aka the real MVP, coming through once again. Shout out to my man, Mad Peace. He says, salute Ock Nation. I'm so happy about the situation that it touched my heart enough to send Big Black Columbo a few dollars. You've been talking this type of stuff for years, and we thought this day would never come. Yeah, it's a celebration. To some niggas, this is a celebration, man. Oh, happy day. They locked this nigga up. Yeah, man. Black fatigue too, man. We forgot to mention black fatigue. Tomorrow when I come on, we'll I'm sure it's gonna be some developments because niggas get to digest that 35. That 35 came late in the day today. You know what I mean? Even though it's Texas time, Central time, it came around what, 7, 6? I think
Bro, I got off work, took a nap, and that goddamn verdict came back.
when people get to digest this 35 tomorrow, it's gonna be a lot of news because that's trust me, nobody thought he was gonna get 35. That was following the case. So he got 35. That's gonna be it's gonna be a big story tomorrow. We're gonna cover it. We're gonna definitely cover it here. Shout out to Bad Peace. Salute to Bruce Leroy. He says Hillary called them super predators 15 years ago. That was more like 30 years
25 years ago. 25.
25. Yeah.
Yeah. So like it's gonna be an interesting day tomorrow, man. Some athlete gonna chime in that niggas gonna blame it on Trump. It's gonna be something. It's gonna be something big that happens tomorrow with this case. We'll cover it tomorrow night, man. Salute to everybody that came through, man, that sponsored the programming, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Salute you guys for holding it down while I had to close my eyes for a second. I didn't even know my eyes was closed. But yeah. Same black time. Oh yeah. Any final thoughts?
R.I.P. Papa LaPere.
Hey, my final thought is I never even knew they did court on weekends.
Yeah, the Saturday.
They were trying to get that nigga up out of here.
Yeah, they special. Like, let's end this shit, man.
My final thought, Ock Nation News you can choose, the only interactive show on YouTube.
Definitely.
What's the bar?
Definitely, man. Same black time, same black channel. There. Subscribe.